I'll stand up just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to live in this country. No one has the values or the freedoms we have. So please join me in saluting both our flag and our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. Ask for a moment of silence in the memory of a county employee, Chris Morrison, that passed away last week. So please. Thank you. Okay, first item on the agenda is oral communications. I do have one card that's been presented. I asked that person to come up first. That's Ty Wivel. Could I please have a show of hands of how many people are going to speak on public comment? Okay, I'm going to limit the public comment to 4 minutes, I think. We'll try to get this within a 50-minute time period. Mr. Pedro, would you please do the timing? Mr. Wivel, will you please come forward?
Chairman Gray, supervisors, staff, Ty Wivel, Tuolumne County Sheriff's Posse, and Bob Brennan. He's right behind me from the Sheriff's Posse. We're here today to thank the Board of Supervisors in the County of Tuolumne for their support of the Motherlode Roundup over the many years. And we couldn't balance the books and make it happen without the funds that the county provides us every year, $7,500. All right, that's a chunk of change as far as we're concerned. Also, we're here to actually thank and award Greg Pedro for being the leader and making sure that's in the budget for us and for all his time over the years. So what we want to do, and each year we create or adopt, maybe a better word, a top hand of the county for their achievement and leadership and inspiration.
Mr. Chairman, I think he's out of time.
I got him going, didn't I? So I'd like to present Greg Pedro with his top hand buckle.
Ruth, would you get him another belt so he can wear that buckle, please?
Well, I want to thank Ruth because she kept us quiet for about a month, maybe longer, and she helped. And we have these rodeo programs. I will bring more up with Greg's picture in it and a write-up that actually his wife did, really. And it's also inspirational, so I suggest that when you get a chance, read it. And I will bring more of these programs up. I didn't want to carry them all into this room and make everybody suspicious that I might have a bomb or something. Well, our families go back. The Pedro family and my family go back many, many decades and generations, so my dad and his grandfather worked together and mined together and climbed poles together and so forth.
Oh, look, we're waiting down there for you. We're waiting down there for you.
Oh.
Wivel's running for some type of election.
All right.
It's the fourth floor, guys.
Come over and shake our hands at least. Come here.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. Congratulations, Greg.
You would think the sheriff would know where the fourth floor and the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
Come here. If you were a little bit taller, you would have seen me. I was sitting back there.
Oh, well, you were.
Yeah.
Well, were you asleep?
No. I was thinking about how USC is going to trample Cal.
Yeah, that'll be the day. You and Mo Frank.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, personally, as the general chairman of the Roundup, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for all the support you've given us, and Craig managing to stick us in there in the budget every year. It just means a lot to us to represent Tuolumne County when we go on the road at parades and everything, and people know when they see the green shirts where we're from. And I just want to thank everybody for, on the board for supporting us all these years.
Thank you. Okay, the next card that I have is shared.
Mr. Chairman, can I do one selfish thing?
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
very proud of my daughter, Krista. Wave your hand. And there is my granddaughter, Olivia.
So beautiful. Okay, I have one more card, and then everybody else can line up next to the wall. Sharon Maravich, did you wish to speak? Public comment? No. All right, I'm sorry. All right, so first come, first serve here. Please step forward. We have 4 minutes.
Good morning. Chairman of the board, my name is David R. Paul. I'm a resident of Tuolumne County. I'm here once again to connect the dots on behalf of the people. First step, always remember to stir the pot. When practicing citizenship, as with simmering, remember to stir the pot so the truth does not stick to the bottom. Admittedly, doing research on matters both economic and political over time is a bit like trying to sort and reassemble pieces found in the confluence of sewage from manifold sources. This discomforting metaphor represents the deteriorating chronic condition such that today we assemble about a Tower of Babel of our own making. A small group gathers willing to start a new dance by taking the responsibility to join in the chorus responsibly, of course. While presently too many can only hear the cries of the left or the right, depending upon their persuasion, Democrat or Republican, and even dividing the country further between red and blue states. Now, this is similar to like sports teams and other associations. Not one of these cries appeals to me, either singularly or together in their cacophony. I'm more interested in the perspective that comes from the evolving dialogue of community members that have taken the time to organize their thoughts sufficiently to communicate in the realm of economic and cultural and biological imperatives, which leads me to ask, whose responsibility is it to right the ship after a failure of seamanship? Those responsible for the original or continued catastrophe, the Captain Smiths of the world? Those jockeying for a seat at the captain's table, the petty bourgeoisie? Those able and willing to work together to better steer a course to home? Hopefully we can all see that it is with citizenship in our republic. For those who still think in those terms, if you want to leave the world of a better place, I would suggest not leaving it to the miscreants whose history is of failed real estate schemes, debated on the terms of are you with voters' choice or Mountain Springs. Instead of a dialogue on the more pertinent underlying economic realities and other topics related to community development, we had a charade that has left us with a failed community plan including a shuttered hospital, public works projects suitable for the interest of developers only, and a mirage of a law and justice center. Why would any taxpayer want to spend $250 million for a building in a community ridden with said injustice? I say our community has suffered long enough under the cloak and dagger maneuvering of overaged ragamuffins serving developers who in turn are suspicious of anyone who does not want to sing their song. Only by hook or by crook shall we have sewer and water when we go. Take a look around you at the events over the last couple of decades. Unless it was all by accident, we have a real honest-to-goodness shell game going on right here in Tuolumne County. This is the kind of stuff legends are made of. I dare say that we start anew. Let's recover, dry out from the hangover after inhaling the vapors of the corrupt and the incompetent so that we can better define how we move into the future being the best of who we are. I dare say a much brighter future than succumbing all over again. At least to my mind it is.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
I
Next,
will leave
please.
copies of this.
Sure. I think we're going to need consensus to extend a few more minutes in public comment. Is that okay? All right. Go ahead. Still the time limit, 4 minutes, please.
Yes. Greetings to the board, and I'll be succinct. My name is Paul McNall, Child Advocate, Tuolumne County. I'd like to pick up where we sort of left off last time, and that was with Supervisor Brennan recognition of Child Welfare Services' dramatic reduction in detention rates, which I think because of the Parent Partners program that they adopted 2 years ago, which is great. I can check that one off my list. We're going to continue now with Supervisor Hanvelt asking the question, what about shared family care? We got a real nice history about shared family care from Corey Ashton, supervisor there, and stuff that I didn't even know about, which is really neat. Then she talked about why it's not being implemented in Tuolumne County, and that it was first, I believe it was first, was it's too expensive. Well, you know, my version of shared family care is Xfinity Home, which is, I'm guessing, about $100 a month, which is not too much. You know, the other reason that I think she feels there's a problem there is because there would be thousands and thousands of dollars, federal and state dollars, that the county would not receive because of children that were not detained. That's a pretty poor excuse, in my opinion. She also mentioned that she thought my version, she didn't mention me by name, but my version was too intrusive. Well, hey, you know, parents will do anything. They'll settle for a nanny cam, super nanny cam, people watching all the time as long as they can have their children, not in detention. Matter of fact, Luis, who is a recent inductee into the system, offered to have the super nanny cam installed in her house.
Please don't use names when we're talking about the children. Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. That was my next subject. Institutions Code, Welfare and Institutions Code 300.2, which I cited about a month ago. Last time, County Council cited Welfare and Institutions Code 827. And as I'm watching this on TV, I'm going, that's exactly the same, which it is. There's lots of reiteration in the Welfare and Institutions Code. I don't know why they do that. You know, we only have to read it once, don't have to find it a couple of places. But anyhow, it says the court, the district attorney, county council, public defender. It doesn't say the parents, which really surprises me, to have to keep all the child's identity only, the child's identity. No pictures, no names, none of that stuff. And which brings me to Leah's case. That case is, if you will recall, that was presented by Child Welfare Services in its entirety except for the last name of the child. Now, that could not have been done if it had broken Welfare and Institutions Code 300.2 and 827. So, I would like to see that kind of transparency, and the public deserves it. That kind of transparency that we saw with Leah's case last time. And I would demand it if I was the Board of Supervisors. No more gag orders. It's completely illegal. Talk to county council, see how many gag orders we get, and what's the reasonings behind that. Because you'll find out that it's illegal. And thank you. We'll be talking again next time. Bye.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes.
Can I just clarify something?
Please.
The hypothetical presented in the board study session from child welfare, Leah's case, was a completely hypothetical case, made up, not real. No disclosure of any true case occurred in that study session. And Welfare and Institutions Code Section 827 is the governing code section that addresses confidentiality in juvenile court proceedings. It's the juvenile court that gets to determine who has access to that information. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Next, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rick Carter. I'm the plant manager at Pacific Ultra Power Chinese Station. I'll be brief. There is an Assembly Bill, AB 590, that we request the board consider writing a support letter for that. It's important for the entire biomass industry in California. I can leave a sample if you like, and please
Please
consider
with the
that.
clerk. Yeah, please leave a sample with the clerk. Thank you. Next, please. Okay.
Good morning, Board, ladies and gentlemen.
Excuse me.
My name is,
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt for just a second, because I want to clarify with the chair. We did send a letter under the Natural Resource Committee. It will be in reports, and we have been in contact with Senator Dolly about this, and I will report on it under reports.
All right, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
good morning. My name is David Wells. I am the postmaster for Sonora. We have quite a bit going on in our community this weekend, and there's a couple things that the Postal Service is having that I just wanted to get the information out. For starters, we're having our letter carrier food drive on Saturday, May 9th. This will allow our residents to put non-perishable donations in a bag by their mailbox, and our delivery carrier will pick these articles up, and we do donate them to local food banks. Second, on May 9th, we are honoring the release of a Special Olympics World Games Forever stamp. I'm certain that there's many people in the community that are aware that we will be represented this year at the Special Olympics with the resident Joseph Delgado. We would ask that to support him, that you'd write letters in support of him for Northern California Special Olympics. And there's an address, 3480 Buskirk, that's Buskirk Avenue, Suite 340, Pleasant Hill, California, 94523. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. I have a non-agenda item request before you. We had a request to have Supervisor Hanvelt travel to Washington, D.C. to testify before the Federal Land Subcommittee to testify on litigation impacts on national forest management. This rose subsequent to the posting of the agenda and is sufficient urgency to be heard during this board meeting because there are budgetary implications as well as just the need to travel out of state.
Okay, a motion to...
So moved.
Second. All right, be number 18A. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the... Oh, excuse me. Anybody else out there? Oh, maybe we ought to do that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, none. Passes 5-0. Any more public comment? No more public comment. Okay, you guys look uncomfortable. You can sit down if you'd like. We got extra seats here. Okay, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held April 7th, 2015 and April 21st, 2015, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3272 was published. Approving an encroachment permit authorizing the repair of a ditch water line at the Columbia Airport. Approving the creation of a new class specification of recreation maintenance worker, modification of the assistant facilities pool coordinator class specification, assignment of the classification to a bargaining unit, and establishing the pay range. Resolution approving the award of the California Department of Park and Recreation Division of Boats and Waterways Boating Safety Funding of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office Boating Safety Unit. Resolution approving revisions to the Golden State Finance Joint Powers Authority Agreement. Resolution approving a vacation of the renewal of the county-maintained road system in excess public road and public utility being a portion of Kern Drive, fronting lot 381 of Cold Springs, Unit 5A. Approving an appointment of Brett Smith to the Board of Supervisors Airport Committee, and his term will actually expire on March 31st, 2017. And accepting the resignation of Bob Wilson of the Tuolumne County Housing Loan Review Committee, and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Does any member of the board wish to pull any items on the consent calendar?
Item 6.
And item 8. Okay, those two items will be addressed separately. Any public comment on the consent items? Bring it back to the board for a motion to approve.
I move on the
approval.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item 6.
Item 6, consideration of approving revisions to the Golden State Finance Joint Powers Authority Agreement.
Supervisor Hanveld.
Mr. Chairman, members of the public and members of the board, I pulled this item simply because I wanted to recognize the county counsel's office. This is a routine, mundane, if you will, joint powers authority modification for the Rural County Representatives of California, better known as RCRC. This went out to 34 counties. It went through their own legal counsel, and everybody missed the point. But the devil's always in the details, and I just want to say thank you to the very efficient and detailed work that our thorough work that our county counsel's office does in finding this. They're the only ones that found it and fixed it, and RCRC is thankful. So I just want to recognize them for their excellence, and I'll move approval.
Sorry, thank you. Any public comment on item 6? We have a motion by Supervisor Hanveld.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Rutherford. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item 8.
Consideration of approving an appointment of Brett Smith to the Board of Supervisors Airport Committee for a term to expire March 31st, 2017.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yes, I just, Brett couldn't be here today, but I just wanted to publicly recognize all the people that volunteer for this county on our various boards and commissions. And it's very important work. Brett's position that I'm nominating him for has been vacant for some time, and we've had trouble getting some quorums on committees, not just this one, because of vacancies. So it's really, really important that we have volunteers from the community help us do the business of the community. And Brett is an exceptional choice, and with that, I would like to nominate Brett Smith to the Board of Supervisors Airports Committee.
We have a second. Any public comment? I want to add we still have a vacancy on the airport committee from the District 4 Pine Mountain Lake area. Been working hard on it. We really need some help so that we can have a quorum and get some work done on that committee. So with that, any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Next item on the agenda, 10, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming May 2015 as Mental Health Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Christy Conforti, Mental Health Services Act Coordinator for Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department. Today I'm joined by behavioral health staff, volunteers, and peers, and we're here today to ask you to grant our request to proclaim the month of May 2015 as Mental Health Awareness Month. Organizations, agencies, and individuals across the nation dedicate the month of May to increasing awareness of mental health issues, educating the community on mental health conditions, and working to reduce the stigma associated with mental illness. According to California's mental health organization, Each Mind Matters, half of us will deal with some type of mental health challenge over the course of our lifetime. We want to bring awareness to this statistic as it affects each of us either directly or through a family member or a friend. We want Tuolumne County residents to know that it's okay to talk about mental health issues, that we can get help, and that we're not alone with their challenges. We want everyone to know that we believe that each mind matters. As you've probably noticed, we're all wearing t-shirts today that say Tuolumne Believes, and on the back it says Each Mind Matters. I have left a t-shirt for each of you with Christina, as well as an invitation to our second annual Mental Health Awareness Matters celebration, which we are hosting on May 15th at our Enrichment Center, and we invite you to join our staff and peers as we spread the message that Tuolumne County truly does believe that each and every mind matters. We respectfully ask that the board adopt the resolution proclaiming the month of May 2015 as Mental Health Matters Month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for all the hard work you do.
And thank you for wearing the ties.
I wasn't, well, this is not the easiest tie to wear. With that,
Christy, I'm sorry, what time on May 15th?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's from 9 to noon, but we're serving lunch at 11.
And the Enrichment Center is located at?
101 Hospital Road.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Brennan. All right, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution proclaiming May 2015 as Mental Health Month.
I'll second.
Any more public comment? All right, bring it back for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. I think she underestimated. I think she said 50% of us, half of us. I think you're not paying attention. I think all of us are touched by this issue. I'm serious about that. I think if you're not paying attention, you just don't realize what's around you. We're all touched by this issue. Very important issue.
All right, would the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of approving adopting a resolution proclaiming May 2015 as Foster Care Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board, Ms. Curio, Mr. Pedro. My name is Rebecca Espino, Program Manager for the Department of Social Services. This morning, we joined the nation to recognize the month of May as Foster Care Month. Each year, the Human Services Agency and the Probation Department join together to acknowledge the citizens of our community, family members, foster parents, child welfare social workers, and probation officers who work so closely with children in foster care. Today, we want to specifically thank our 25 local foster homes, of which some of our foster parents are in the audience today. We recognize they are one of the critical elements of success for the child and for the foster care system. Due to circumstances beyond their control, many of the children entering foster care face serious mental health issues and trauma. It is these foster parents who provide comfort for a child who wakes up in the middle of the night due to a nightmare. It is these foster parents who must console a child when they sob uncontrollably because they just don't understand why they can't live with their mom and their dad. It is these foster parents who provide stability where there has been little. It is these foster parents who work as part of a team with probation officers, social workers, schools, attorneys, the judicial system to ensure the child has the best possible outcome. The role of the foster parent became even more critical in 2012 when new legislation gave foster youth the option of remaining with a foster parent until they reach the age of 21. This change means that foster parents will play a critical role in introducing these youth into society. These are just a few of the reasons why we would like to express our deepest gratitude for their tireless work. Although Tuolumne County has a phenomenal group of foster parents, we need more of them. Of the 104 children in foster care, a staggering 41% reside in foster family agencies outside the county. The shortage of foster homes is not unique to Tuolumne County. Over the past 5 years, there has been a 13% reduction in foster homes statewide. This statistics is daunting, which makes it important for us to encourage members of our community who are interested in becoming a foster parent to call 533-5773 and have also placed a supply of recruitment flyers on the back table. Before closing, I would like to take a moment to thank the Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County Group and the District Attorney's Office for organizing an exceptional training on trauma-informed practices and for extending a warm welcome to our foster parents who work so closely with traumatized children. By proclaiming May as Foster Care Month in Tuolumne County, your board will be honoring all the individuals who make a difference in the lives of Tuolumne County foster children. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I move on staff recommendation to adopt the resolution proclaiming May 2015 as Foster Care Month in Tuolumne County, and I'd like to thank all the people that serve as foster parents.
I'd like to second that, and I'd like them to ask them to stand so that we can recognize them, because it's just amazing work that you do. Do we have any foster parents in the audience? Oh.
Okay.
They're busy being foster parents.
That's why we need more foster parents,
Yeah.
for
I
sure.
I'm
Grab a
sorry, I
form
thought
in the
some were
back.
here.
Okay, so I'll bring it back, board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 12.
This is a presentation of a county service award to Rebecca Espino from the Human Services Agency.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board, Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. And I am pleased to be here to recognize Rebecca Espino, who just spoke, for 25 years as a county employee with Department of Social Services. It's hard to believe it's been 25 years. She started at age 10. Rebecca is someone who knows how to work her way up an organization. Over 25 years ago, she started as a volunteer, basically working for no pay. And she was hired in May of 1990 as an office assistant, but she only lasted at that job 2 weeks because she moved on to become an eligibility worker. Working her way up as an eligibility worker, she became an eligibility supervisor in 2006. In 1997, and in 2006, a program manager. And then in November 2013, Rebecca was promoted to a program manager 2 position. And it's important to note the span of control that Rebecca has. She manages 65 employees at the Department of Social Services, which is 60% of our entire staff. She has responsibility for all of the eligibility programs, Medi-Cal, CalFresh, CalWorks, General Assistance. She also oversees welfare to work, in-home supportive services, foster care licensing, independent living program, and relative assessments. Rebecca is a leader. She's up to any challenge. She embraces change, always focusing on the positive rather than the negative. She is well respected by staff and managers as someone who listens and values input. She sets high standards for herself and her staff, regardless of what the federal and state governments change in her programs, including implementation of the Affordable Care Act. Since 2012-13, the Medi-Cal caseload has doubled, with almost 6,600 current cases. In addition, Rebecca's staff has had to learn the CalHERS database system in the past 16 months, which is no small task, given the ongoing technical difficulties. She's also partnered with the Sheriff's Office and Probation to have an eligibility worker visit the jail and the day reporting center in order to ensure that individuals involved with the criminal justice system are able to access benefits. She's also a lesson in perseverance, working full-time as a manager while completing her college degree. She has an amazing work ethic. Currently, she's covering the caseload for 2 additional supervisors on a short-term basis without complaint, seeing it as a learning opportunity, requiring her to use every spec of her 18 years of management experience. With all of this, she still manages to find time for her favorite pastime, golf. I'd like to share just a few quotes about Rebecca. Rebecca displays leadership qualities by focusing on client needs and being able to communicate the necessity of being non-judgmental, courteous, and considerate. Rebecca's management style is non-confrontational, diplomatic, and constructive when discussing issues that need to be resolved, yet never avoiding issues when they are uncomfortable or unpleasant. Rebecca goes over and above what is required. Her calm demeanor and program knowledge allow for her to problem solve in the most efficient, effective manner. It is a pleasure to work with a manager of Rebecca's caliber. Her integrity, diligence, and superior work ethic are beyond reproach. Rebecca possesses the qualities every public servant should display. She is capable, cooperative, conscientious, and compassionate. And she does not quit when the going gets tough. She rises up to the challenge. Rebecca has spent her career serving the citizens of Tuolumne County, and it is an honor to recognize her dedication. So please join me and the staff at Social Services in congratulating Rebecca on 25 years of public service.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the county for the opportunity to have such a rewarding career. I would like to thank my staff because without them, few things are possible. I'd like to thank my current and previous supervisors for their guidance, and I look forward to seeing you all in 5 years for my 30-year award. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C.
My machine was talking to me. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. So once again, I come before you asking you to consider the option and review the need to renew our declaration for state of emergency. I'm going to go over a few numbers. I don't have I don't have anyone here from the water districts. I just thought I'd better double check before I say that. However, as you know, they're all working very hard. We continue to have phone calls on a weekly basis with Lake Don Pedro, and there's a lot of both state and federal agencies involved in meeting the needs of those residents over there. They do have their 3 wells drilled. We are working on some funding agreements, and right now they're looking at October as a date that they would run out of water. And then Tuolumne Utilities District, you may or may not know, they did go to their board seeking that they would have a mandatory 30% conservation, and they that is what they'll be implementing over the spring and summer months and fall to make it through the year. This is the first time that they have had Pinecrest actually not fill. So they still feel positive they'll make it through the year. Their customers were amazing last year, and they know they'll be amazing this year in conserving. The next issue we have at hand, as you know, are our wells, and that is not getting any better. Rob and Larry with Community Resources Agency did provide a new map As you can tell from the last map, this has a lot more dots on it, and there's not a day that I don't see Rob come in and handing me more referrals that him and Rochelle have done where they personally have gone out to speak with the homeowners and assess the situation. Right now, we have 36 homes have been submitted for permanent connections to both the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources, so that is a state funding, a separate funding source through the state. We already have 23 homes that have been permanently connected for a total of 59 there. So that's just on that side of getting those permanent connections. We do have one small water system we've submitted to the State Water Board that has 11 homes connected to it. Currently, I have 5 referrals sitting on my desk that are waiting for me to call them, and that will take place this afternoon. That represents, those 5 landowners represent 8 homes for our community. So far, I've made 42 referrals to ATCA for well assistance, and that could be someone who needs a tank. That could also be someone who already has a tank, but their well no longer supports putting water into that tank for their use. So it's both tank installations and water delivery. And we will have our next drought task force on May 22nd, and that does continue to happen on a monthly basis. And finally, I do have a little bit of good news. I came to you a month or so ago about, you may remember the rentals. I had asked that we would cover a portion of those rental costs because the state Office of Emergency Services had deemed that part of those services that we had provided were ineligible for the California Disaster Assistance Act funding. The amount I came to you was $18,295. You had approved to remove that money from contingencies and reimburse ATCA for that amount when they submitted their invoice. Since then, we have continued to work with Cal OES to work that amount down. So the good news is from the $18,295, it's down to $8,309. So much, much better. They are working with us. They're doing everything they possibly can to try and make this right. And they continue to be advocates that I don't know what we would do without Cal OES. And then we do have someone from the State Water Board, Cassie Chahan, who has been simply amazing for the residents in Tuolumne County. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Not a question, I have a comment. When you're working with TUD in particular, I have some concerns with decisions to not fill the Twain Harte Lake. That is a tremendous firefighting resource. I'd like to see if there's some means that they can, working with the State Water Board, figure out a way to fill that lake under the rationale that we may need that in the coming fire season. I've talked to both Josh and I can't remember, Paul, and they're both very interested. I would invite staff to have that conversation with them as well. But I think that that's in the interest of public safety in the county.
Any other board comment? Go ahead.
I would agree, and I appreciate the comment. And I hear that from a lot of residents, not only the fire issue, but just the economic aspect of it. If it's possible to fill that lake without compromising the domestic supplies for the rest of the county, then I think it should be done. So.
Yeah, I think an arrangement can be worked out where TUD could draw on that water if they needed to later in the year. So I think I'd just be interested in them working with the association on that.
Mr. Pedro?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank, again, publicly, Tracy for the hard work she's been doing, because it's been going on. It's one thing to have fires that come and they go, and then, the floods, they come and they go that we've had. This has been going on for a year and a half, and it's been taking, a lot of people have been involved, including your board and other agencies and a lot of other county staff. But, she has just worked her tail off and has done an excellent job pulling all the resources together, and has been a big part of securing millions of dollars, for public agencies and for, to help private individuals in this county. And I just want to thank her again publicly for her efforts.
Yeah, I want to add, Tracy, you praised the state as being very helpful and stuff, but quite honestly, if you weren't the way you were, they wouldn't be that helpful. So keep it up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think I appreciate what Tracy does, and she's been working really hard at this, and I know that. And the communication with the county on the on the public forums. You've led that too. But we have a lot of other people that we need to thank too.
Absolutely.
I don't want to leave them out of this. If we're thanking people, we've got to thank the people that are behind Tracy making it happen, including Cal OES. I want to say that. And with that, I'd like to move that we approve this resolution, this continuing resolution of the state of emergency.
I'll second.
First and second, any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Clerk, please read item 14.
Consideration of approving a revised funding plan for the new county jail.
Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, actually I count this as a fun opportunity to talk to you about this today. Fun opportunity. This is something that has been a priority for this county for a long time, and you can just taste it. We're getting real close, to making this into a reality. That's a much-needed new jail for our community. So today I want to provide some updated cost and grant funding information about the jail, and then obtain some direction for your board on a revised financing plan. So I'll start with a little general background about how we've approached this in the past, some options, just and data for you to consider, and then there's a three-phase funding plan at the end for your consideration. So to start with, the last time we did talk about the jail and its cost and how to fund it, that was back when we first submitted our SB 1022 grant, which we ultimately were awarded. That was a grant that helped secure $20 million towards a then $36 million new jail project that contained 198 beds and program space for rehabilitative work within that new jail. The key component of that grant application was in the county's financial assurance document. We were letting the Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC, know that the county was going to do everything it could to reduce the cost of that project and to secure additional funding for that project. And a key component was securing unused AB 900 dollars, and now we can say specifically it was unused money from Amador County. Again, please report with the help of a lot of people, and I'll go ahead and mention some names again specifically: Supervisors Handvelt and Rotifer, Sheriff Mealy under Sheriff Pooley, Jail Commander McCaig, Deputy CIO Marine Frank, and then working with folks from the Department of Finance and BSCC, that we now know that there is trailer language that is now out and public. We're trying to get our hands on it. That officially moves money from AB 900 Phase 1, that program, to AB 900 Phase 2, and that's going to provide $13 million set aside for the county of Tuolumne. And that's essential to making this whole project work and make it work in a way that isn't going to financially strap our county. So that's a little amendment from when this this memo was first written. So that's really important and good news. So under those sections of revised funding plan components, again, we'll just take these as different. I'll just walk through these and put it together in the three-phase funding program. But one of the most critical building blocks is what do we do about our AB 900? Or what assumption are we going to make about AB 900 dollars? And with what I just told you, I feel even more comfortable saying we need to go ahead and assume, even though it's not a guarantee yet, that the county will receive $13 million from AB 900, from the AB 900 program. And again, what needs to happen? That money needs to be formally approved through the state budget. Feet will really be put to it through the trailer bills that are now out there. And then once that's done, we still have to come back to the Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC, and that won't happen until sometime, I've been told, in July or August, that they would actually be taking action to make that funding available for Tuolumne County. We still have to submit application in order to get that, but given the involvement by all those parties, I feel very comfortable in recommending that your board go ahead and assume as we move forward that we will obtain that $13 million through AB 900. Next is funding scenarios. what could you do? How would you treat that additional AB 900 funding? There's two ways to approach it. One is you can just say, well, let's just go ahead and add that to what we already have through SB 1022. And instead of having a $36 million project with a $16 million county match, which was going to be very hard to swallow, that would actually amp that project up to where the county would have a $16.7 million match. And I don't really see how we could do that without really straining the rest of the county operation, which leads to what I call the base needs scenario. And under that scenario, both grants, 1022 and 900, would be combined so as to maximize the state funding and significantly reduce the county match while still providing the base needs for the initial phase of the jail. That would allow for 18 additional beds while reducing the county's hard match for the jail itself from $16 million to $8.8 million. Still a lot of money, but much more doable, than 16 or 16.7. And again, I'll let the sheriff speak for himself. I'm sure he'll want to comment on all this, but I believe he is supportive of that scenario. As far as upcoming net county costs, I break out the two major components of what still lies ahead of us. There's one component that has nothing to do with those state grants that I just mentioned, and that's the extension of our Justice Center Drive, and then developing a jail access road from Justice Center Drive to the new jail site with utilities underneath. The memo mentions $2.2 million for that cost. And then if your board is supportive of the base scenario for the jail project, construction project itself, that's another $8.8 million for a total out-of-pocket county cost of about $11 million. I've got a pause here in that I received just yesterday and was going through it last night and this morning, an updated cost estimate on the Justice Center Drive, jail access road, and utility extension component. What they hadn't provided us in previous estimates was the rough grading of the entire, what we call the Justice building construction site. That's that section of property between Justice Center Drive and the new jail site. They were just allowing for putting in like a 50-foot wide road without grading, rough grading the site, and setting those utilities in a way that's complementary with those new buildings. And they also did not have the actual utilities extending them from Justice Center Drive to the jail site, and those are essential components. And that's roughly another $500,000, so that would take that up to 2.7 in round numbers. So that would bring us at a total of $11.5 million. If I were rewriting this memo, I would put that in there. And we'll come back and talk about that in a moment. But I would make that amendment that if you just looked at that raw right now, based on the best numbers we have, that'd be 2.7 plus the 8.8 for 11 million total. Cash flow projections. So when will we need this money? I offer you a very rough preliminary projection of cash flow needs. When will we need the money and for what? It shows that the road and utility extensions could occur as soon as this coming fiscal year. And there's no way of separating that out. When that project gets done, the bids get awarded, the money's committed. So now I would say, based on those estimates, we'd be talking about $2.7 million instead of the 2.2 that I mentioned before in 15-16. And the jail cash match, what that represents in that first year is the next phase of design of the jail. We're actually try to separate that out if we can. In 16-17, you see the remaining cost for design of the jail. And then in 17-18 and 18-19, the $5.8 million that you see in those 2 years is the hard match for the construction of the jail itself. So you can kind of see the layout of when the money will be needed. And ideally, we will try to find ways to front that or pay for that with cash. If not, we'll need to talk about financing portions of this project. What are some of your funding options? Of course, first would be what can we do to reduce these costs? And I mentioned two items with respect to the jail itself. Actually, the jail and also the road project and utility project. Use value engineering and just refine cost estimates without reducing scope. is have everyone sharpen their pencils. Is there a best way to provide all the functionality, all the beds, everything that the sheriff requires without compromising on scope? Have the team do it, of course. The other might be to reduce scope, and I gave examples of things that we've discussed but don't really support doing, would be going from a full kitchen down to a warming kitchen in the jail, or going from a full laundry to a laundry staging area and contracting that out. Don't really support doing that, but thought it was important to just mention it to the board. That's an option, but something that the team working on this doesn't really think is the right thing to do. So after trying to do everything you can to reduce cost, and again, I'm doing this really quickly, what can we do to amass one-time dollars, to try and pay down that $11 or $11.5 million? I've given you a list of potential ideas, everything from previous set-asides in the capital fund. We do think there'll be some carryover into next year. Trying to maximize our general fund balances in order to, and apply that to this project in order to minimize borrowing. We've been told that there will be additional SB 90 state mandate paybacks from prior years in this coming year budget. We did receive, I think it was 150,000-ish this last year. We could see several times that in the coming year. Won't know until the state budget comes out, but that could bring us a high amount of one-time money. We could review county trust funds for possible use and application of this project. We are working on sale of some county properties. The one that we're actively working on is the mine. The second one might be a portion of the Law and Justice site for commercial purposes on the site. And there's always other things that could come up. And I just raise these to have our minds thinking that we've got to maximize whatever one-time sources we can and bring to bear on this project to minimize borrowing and minimize debt service payments, which could impact our operational budget. Which gets to the borrowing. Again, I can get into as much detail as you would like, but I've identified 3 potential ways of doing borrowing, whatever we can't raise through capital. One would be either a COP, certificate of participation, or municipal lease, using what's called an asset transfer, where you take an already acquired asset, you borrow against that, take that money to do this project. We can also borrow against our workers' compensation fund, which we have done in the past, but you want to be careful about that. But you can do it. That money isn't going to be needed anytime soon, we trust. But you'd want to make sure any payback is over a reasonable period of time, which I've suggested in here 10 years. Something else the board has done only once before is we could do a Treasury promissory note, which offers a source of short-term borrowing up to 5 years. And the only other time we did that was to fund the final cost related to the closure of the Jamestown landfill. We're actually in the last, I think, year and a half of paying that off. How do we pay for any debt that we may take out on this project? I really think the bottom line answer is the general fund. And so we want to minimize borrowing because that creates debt service, which puts strain on your operational budget. I think we will need to do some borrowing ultimately, but we want to minimize it and keep the debt service down. Another potential use of a portion of the campus is rather than sell the property outright, we could entertain a long-term lease so that we could have an ongoing revenue source with the benefit of the service of those buildings being in place. These are not decisions you have to make now, but just giving you some ideas. And then ultimately, I think some combination of those different components is what we're going to be looking at. So putting this all together, I put it together in what I called a 3-phase plan. The first phase calls for immediate action, and that is for your board to go ahead and assume an award of $13 million in AB 900. And again, I want to be very clear. We know there's a lot of steps to go. We don't want to be presumptuous. We don't want to send that message, particularly to the state legislature, the governor, or the BSCC. But they're aware of what we've been working on. We just need to approach this respectfully for planning purposes. But go ahead and assume that $13 million. assume the pursuit of the base needs scenario, both for financial planning and to guide the work of the architectural team. And that's one of the reasons it's really important to bring this to your board now, because we don't want to lose any time. You know, the jail's needed yesterday, and we can wait until we have all these other things approved, but we're losing time, and we need the jail yesterday, and there are timelines related to our original SB 1022 grant as well that we want to try to comply with. This other point, use the $11 million estimate for the county sheriff cost for the initial planning purposes. It's 11.5, but I want to express in conjunction with the next point, the next point being architectural and engineering teams should be challenged to use value engineering and refine cost estimates to reduce the cost of both components of the project. I'd like to make that $11 million a target between the two, the road project and the jail construction budget. Between the two of them, bring that total county cost down to that $11 million figure. That's more an expression of intent. I know that they would take that as a challenge that they would work actively towards, but we don't want to reduce scope within that jail. What we have in there is the minimal needs of the sheriff, and I know we'd like to have more right now, but sensitive to not reducing the scope of what he needs in that jail. So I've already talked about next one bullet. The next one is go ahead and affirm maximizing the use of one-time dollars and budget savings to fund the new jail. And then the last point of phase one of this plan is that the board and staff will measure all competing one-time uses of general fund dollars by asking the following question: is this more important than funding the new jail? And answering that question, it's not as easy as it sounds, so just to acknowledge that up front. I could look at some of the things we put in the normal capital budget. Again, projects where we have to replace HVAC systems or roofs and buildings and things like that. How do you not do some of those things? But if you have the discretion, it's just an expression of intent and the importance and the priority of this project, that everything should be measured against the county jail. If we're really going to do this and be financially responsible, we need to put that first above all else. Under phase two of the project, and this is after we obtain additional information on the state budget, what's happening with our county budget, the project costs with which the design team is working on right now, and the timing of, updates of the project, we would do the following: revise the overall project budget with particular attention to the county sheriff cost and projected cash flow needs. We would then apply all known or reasonably projected one-time funding sources, and then identify the shortfalls for potential funding through borrowing, and then evaluate and develop the plan for use of the most appropriate borrowing mechanism and debt service repayment. And lastly, phase three, in conjunction with bidding of the jail, is then just to go ahead and reaffirm all the components of the plan one more time before we actually move on. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that is my report and my recommendation. And again, I'm sure the sheriff would want to chime in here, but available to answer any questions you may have.
Any board comment before we ask for public comment?
I'd just like to hear from the sheriff before.
Sheriff would like to talk to us, I'm sure.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there's a reason why Mr. Pedro was given the award of top hand, as Mr. Wivel outlined in his remarks. I think that his memo outlines a very detailed plan. There was no doubt that the commitment from this board and the CAO's office has been true to form, in the sense that this is the project, along with the juvenile project, that needs to be completed. And so, as the sheriff, I appreciate his dedication along with the board's commitment to this project. I do want to give kudos, as Mr. Pedro said, to the supervisors, all of you, that behind the scenes, but also Mr. Pedro needs to have those same kudos in the sense of the behind the scenes in contacting the Department of Finance and contacting BSCC. But just as important, excuse me, is the governor's commitment to this project. And it's amazing to me, excuse me, that California can be such a large state and the governor would take interest in a small county like Tuolumne. That the Department of Finance would take interest in a small county such as Tuolumne and BSCC. So I think it goes to the leadership of this county. I know that there are critics, but there are always going to be critics in our line of work. But the bottom line is that how it is outlined is very fiscally sound. We'll be moving under your direction of this project financially. My staff will continue to, as Mr. Pedro outlined, sharpening their pencils, making sure that all of the fluff, you may want to call it, or whatever, those things that are not needed will be scratched out, and it will be a facility that will be used for several years to come. So, thank you for that, and I do ask that you support this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Rutherford, question?
Yeah, not really questions. I just want to make a few comments. Thank you. We've had a lot of jail committee meetings, and we've got a great team, an absolutely all-star team. And they're all doing good stuff. This is a really important project, but the jail itself is not the only thing that we have to do out there. And I just remind everybody that that the jail is the number one priority, but it's not the only priority. So we need to make sure that as we go through this process, as the staff goes through this process, that we do keep a good tight rein on the purse strings of the county on this. I do believe, just a point of clarification, that if the trailer language goes through, we're really the only county that's eligible to receive that $13 million.
That's correct.
And I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. We have had...
Supervisor, Siskiyou County is in line to get a small component,
okay.
and ourselves.
Yeah.
And then the rest will flow into the, as I understand the plan, to go into 1022,
Sure.
where I believe Tehama is the next in line to receive it there.
So, and I do want to acknowledge the great partners that we've, not really partners, but the real great support that we've gotten from the state and from the governor's office. They've been tremendous assistance as we put things together. So, but I really want to focus on the need. I support the resolution, and I'll be glad to make support the proposal, and I'll be glad to make a motion at the appropriate time to that effect. Obviously, with the base needs scenario, but I don't want us to ever lose sight of the fact that as important a project as this is, we do need to deal with some physical reality as we go forward, and I think you've done that very, very well. So I'll make the motion now, and we can have a discussion later, but I would make a move that we adopt the staff recommendation with the base needs scenario.
Okay, we have a motion. Any more discussion? Supervisor Hanvelt and Supervisor Ross.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the team, Mo and the sheriff, the undersheriff, and the jail commander, especially the jail commander. She's the one that's got to live with this. A lot's happened in the last couple of years. It's more than a little amazing to me how far we've come in the last couple of years. We can't lose this momentum, so I fully support this. But it's a good team that made this thing happen, and we can't relax. We have to get this done. I can't think of anything more important to public safety than having an adequate jail. My biggest concern that even getting this done at the level we're getting it done our jail will just barely meet the needs. And so this has to be a high priority for everyone. And I don't think we can emphasize that enough to the public, and we need to educate the public about how important this is. But right now we must move forward, so I fully support it. And I'll second it if you need that.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say that I agree with all the points within the staff memo. I think that there's a very responsible plan that's being put forth. I just want to highlight a couple things. The purpose of this, for the public's sake, really is fundamentally the safety of our community. And this jail is an absolutely essential tool for the sheriff to be able to do his job, for the courts to be able to do their job, and to be able to have a hammer for the people that violate the safety of our community members. And this is a big step. So thank you to all of our staff and our leadership, as was mentioned. There's a few points I just want to drive home, which you've basically already made, but I want to express that they're important to me. One of them is leaving room for the future on the site. As you move forward with the design, leave room so that 20 years, 30 years from now, there can be an expansion without being landlocked. That's going to be key. The second point is value engineering. You mentioned it, and I know you guys can do that. Just be really, really hard on our consultants, on our architects. They can do it. They can work backwards off a number. I do it all the time when I build houses. If people have X amount of money, you can build something for what they have. So just hold them to the fire. And lastly, just avoid debt at all costs. And you talked about that, use one-time money. But that's fundamentally important to me, and I appreciate hearing that. So with that, I support it.
Supervisor Brennan.
I agree with all of those comments. And while we want to keep that debt load at a minimum, I think we also need to recognize that we have historically low interest rates right now. And when you read some long-term economic forecasts, a lot of the economists are predicting that in the years out that that is going to change. And so I think it is important for us to keep that in mind. And if there is an opportunity to look at that debt under the current very low interest rates, that needs to be part of the equation.
Okay. 6 years ago when we were looking at a jail, it was, I think, somewhere around $78 million. And staff did pledge that they would do their best to work within guidelines to reduce that cost. And I'm really happy of all the hard work that you guys have done to bring that cost down, because if we were talking about $78 million for a jail right now, it just wouldn't happen. So I really thank you for that. I think Supervisor Roder hit on the issue of other things. We got to build a jail, but it's still important for us to provide the essential services to the people that we work for. So we can't lose sight of that, but we do know that we have to prioritize funding for that jail, and I pledge my support to do that. But I don't want anybody out there to think that we're going to forget about the other things that need to be done also. So with that, I have a first and a second. And any other public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the next item?
Number 15 is consideration of adopting a resolution of an application to the Tuolumne County Local Agency Formation Commission requesting that LAFCO take proceeding to annex an island within the Tuolumne Fire Protection District to that district.
Ms. Shane, I found this most interesting looking at the map.
Did you?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As your board is well aware, fire protection in Tuolumne County is provided by, obviously, the Tuolumne County Fire Department, but also by several special districts. One of those, in the Tuolumne Fire District, has an unusual circumstance. And that is, within the boundaries of the fire district, there exists an island 15 parcels, 6 total parcels and portions of 9 parcels along Willow Avenue and Oak Street in Tuolumne that are actually under the Tuolumne County Fire Department's jurisdiction and not in the Tuolumne Fire Districts. This situation has existed for many, many years, and our staff research has not been able to ascertain why this situation exists, but it does. And so today I'm here to ask your board to initiate the process to correct the situation and to transfer those parcels from the Tuolumne County Fire Department's jurisdiction to the Tuolumne Fire District's jurisdiction. This process is considered a change in organization that must be approved by the Local Agency Formation Commission. LAFCO, as we commonly refer to that commission, did a series of municipal service reviews that they are required to do every 5 years. And in the last review, LAFCO did adopt the municipal service review recommending that these parcels be annexed to the Tuolumne Fire District. In order to do that, the process requires an initiation, and I'm here to ask your board to adopt a resolution to initiate the process. As far as the process, before LAFCO could approve the annexation, there must be a tax transfer agreement that has been approved between your board, because you are the body overseeing the Tuolumne County Fire Department, and the fire district. The county auditor has advised us that those parcels currently contribute $138 per year to the fire department, Tuolumne County Fire Department. If the property is annexed to the fire district in Tuolumne, the district would receive a little bit more than that, about double that. I can't explain why. That is information from the county auditor, but it'd be about $336. But essentially, the county would lose about $138 if this is pursued. And so today I'm here to ask your board to adopt a resolution that would ask LAFCO to begin the process of annexing these 15 parcels to the fire district in Tuolumne.
Any questions for staff?
Just comments.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Royce?
Yep. First of all, thank you to the staff for dealing with this little hiccup. For whatever reason, this thing happened. In the words of Dick Plan, it's a no-brainer. So I'll move on to staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and second. Any other board comment?
I'm not sure Dick knows how often he gets quoted on that.
Yeah. He was here long enough, it sticks. All right, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 16.
Consideration of approving a contract amendment for residential placement between the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and California Psychiatric Transition to increase the compensation.
Morning.
Good morning. Rita Austin, Director of Behavioral Health Department. This is this request is a difficult one for our department and to a certain degree our community. And I want to recognize it as such, as coming before you to increase an expenditure out of our county for residential out-of-county placements. I want to give just a moment to the fact that historically our county has been challenged in providing the services to people who require a level of residential care. In 2009-10, we had 28 persons who were in residential placements. Through the tremendous work of the staff at the Behavioral Health Department, the support of the Board of Supervisors to create housing, the efforts by our Mental Health Services Act providers and people, we have reduced that number of persons from 28 to today 12. In 2009-10, we were spending almost $900,000 a year on placements. Today, coming to you, it looks like we are going to be spending, by the end of this year, almost $620,000. However, is that I want you to understand that this request for the CPT increase is based on the need for one very high level of care that is close to $250,000 per year. I think that it's important to understand that in the mental health service system is that there are some persons with such severe illness that they require a very high level and intense service system of care in a facility that can monitor and provide a level of supportive services such as one-on-one 24 hours a day, which happens on occasion in this particular situation. The Behavioral Health Department has the charge in this community to provide services to persons with severe mental illness, keep them in the least restrictive care, support them in the community, but also to assure that the community is able to feel confident in the fact that people with the most severe illness are receiving a level of care that is necessary, and also to assure that the community is has a system that is going to be mitigating risk factors in the event that there are persons who may be unsafe to be in the community, either for themselves or for others. This request this morning is an increasing cost. There is some question why we wouldn't use a state hospital facility, which is also about this same cost. And the fact that on some months we have paid as much as $33,000 in 1 month for one individual. And the reason is because this is a flexible cost for this particular placement that may be as low as $15,000 on some months and as high as $33,000 on others. The fiscal risk management and determination and decision on this placement, rather than a state hospital, is by the end of this year, we should be about $20,000 in savings and have a higher likelihood of a person receiving a rehabilitative type of service system that may ultimately bring them down to lower levels of care, whereas a person going into a state hospital is often a lifetime commitment or very close to, because people are very uncomfortable with the perception that a state hospital is those people who are so impaired that they will never come out, and it's much more difficult to step them down. These are difficult decisions and oftentimes not seen within the community. I hope that the time spent on this helps to provide a little bit more information and a little bit more understanding about some of the challenges and some of the responsibilities of the department and of our county to find the best service we can, to provide the best support that is oftentimes costly, but will mitigate any needs for both community and individual safety.
Okay. Any board comment?
I have comments. But
Questions? Do you have questions, Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, I you and I had a conversation about this, and because these costs are just very high, and I just really want the public to understand that. We have a base monthly cost of $21,700. You said it went as high as $3,300. $33,000. I'm sorry, dollars per month. I'm curious what kind of conditions would trigger in your mind that we ought to be doing something different. I mean, this is an enormous expense for the taxpayers for one person. And what's the prognosis on this? Is this a forever thing at this current rate? Forever until death do us part, kind of thing, or is there any hope on this case?
So let me respond.
You can't talk about the case directly. I understand.
No, but let me respond. Is that when When I work together with the treatment team and the public guardian's office, we are looking for the type of facility that is going to give us, I know it sounds odd, but the bang for the buck. We want a place that is going to provide the highest level of care with the most optimal outcomes. So the facility we use, I look to see what is their outcome reports, what is their success rate, what type of staff ratios and training do they have. Ultimately, what is the outcomes? The cost of this particular facility is very high because we started with 2 people there at the beginning of the year, and we only have 1 now. This person's been there a little longer, but we continue to have, they have a step-down program. So there is an investment here for that person and also a value within the mental health system that people do get well, that there are always changes in our system, both in medication treatments and in various type of supportive programs that might be successful. But when a person is still not stable enough, certainly I think throughout the nation we've had situations where there's a high criticism when the system has failed. And I think that Tuolumne County has been very supportive in assuring that our systems are successful, and we want to keep it that way. Is there hope? Always. We believe in what we do. There's a difference for 16 people since 5 years ago. We hope to make that difference in the remaining 12, that we are able to come down to that less restrictive place.
Yeah. First, I just want to preempt my comments by saying that I have no ideas on how to do this differently, and I basically agree with what you're proposing to do. But regardless, I just can't help but just squirm looking at these numbers. It's completely absurd, the cost accrued for society for one individual. It's just not right. But as I stated, I don't know what the answer is. So out of this, when agenda items like this come up, I get a little red flag that says we need to do something here. And I don't know if this is a committee type of a setup or what the best idea would be. But I think there needs to be a little vetting to maybe work on some items. I feel like we could do better here. And we could do better by developing some legislative platform items and maybe working through CSAC and RCRC, try to understand what's going on here a little bit more. What you do is absolutely essential, and it's critical that we do a good job. But just to look at $21,000 a month for one individual it's just not right.
Can I respond to that real quickly? Because I think these items have come up, and we have discussed them when we've talked about our legislative platform. And I would invite all of you, we do have a behavioral health committee that meets once a month, and they struggle with some of these topics. And it is very difficult when you have 1 or 2 patients that basically really influence what this is not the average of what the majority of the patients take. It skews it, if you will, the numbers. But I agree with you. I mean, these costs are incredibly high. But I would invite any of you to attend the Behavioral Health Committee meeting. It meets on the first Wednesday of the month at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, thank you. Because these are complicated issues, and they do receive a lot of attention. And I'm sure they would appreciate your participation and your input.
What I'm really looking for, because I'm a layman at best looking at these types of issues, is to lean on staff to try to develop some fundamental reforms at a higher level, things that we don't normally control, but we can help influence to try to make this better. So I'd be happy to attend one of these meetings, and maybe we can coordinate that and schedule it to where we can agendize something to talk about this. But that's
I can assure you that at the state levels and at federal levels, these are continuing to be the questions. Obviously, we've had some national tragedies that are pretty significant.
Yeah.
So, again, I think that it is critical is where are we going to invest
Yeah.
in our energies in our communities to assure that we have good outcomes. The cost of these is associated with highly professional staff and engaging to provide a level of support. And I sit on a couple of legislative committees at this point
Deal with these.
to work very closely. And of course, again, I think your support for things with the Sheriff's Department and probation, for the mentally ill offender system,
Yeah.
so that we have response and we build our system in collaborations is going to really be some of the success and the investment in evidence-based practices and really measuring our outcomes and being accountable to those systems to assure that we do mitigate some of these costs, but also that we are responsive to community safety and the treatment of these individuals.
Yeah. Well said.
Supervisor Rutherford, then Mr. Peter.
So here's my question, and I hesitate to even ask it, but I'm going to. You're asking us to increase the contract by $150,000. Where's the money coming from?
The money comes out of our realignment.
92
So our realignment money is
91,
not
I'm
going up.
sorry, realignment 91.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, our realignment monies are not going up by $150,000. So what is being left off the table?
I think that, again, as we come before your board and we are looking at budget issues, is that there are a number of areas. We continue to receive funding in the Mental Health Services Act to build the systems to provide a stronger local system for bringing other people home. Again, I go back to we had 28 people. We're mitigating some of the expenses by reducing some of those costs, and one individual can throw us off. Today, I would love to be standing here and saying we are only spending $300,000 on placements, but for the one person.
Okay.
So we continue to work at it, and I believe that we've produced a sound model.
Yeah, this is not a pejorative question on the system at all. I want to know what's not going to be done because we're going to increase this one contract by $150,000.
I believe at this point that Steve's going to talk.
Supervisor Rutherford, this year we built into the budget an estimated number in this particular line item of $620,000. We expect that we're going to spend right to that level. So we have numerous contracts with many different placement agencies. We're going to spend some with some of these folks. We're going to spend more with others. So we've already budgeted for this expense in our budget this year.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Pedro.
So at the heart of your question,
Go ahead,
Supervisor
please.
Rutherford, I do want to say, yes, there is a local cost to the fact that when people are sitting in placements, that we are not able to provide as expansive of a Medi-Cal support system to outpatient services. That is why we continue to build and strengthen our system so
Okay.
that we can maximize that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Pedro.
well, I'm glad that got cleared up because I was going to dive in myself, so I knew it's contained in the budget. But back to the broader issue, these costs continue to increase and so forth. It's not a simple. It's not, and you're all acknowledging this is not a simple issue to crack. However, we've been discussing at a staff level, the very question you're grappling with here. There's got to be some alternatives. We can't just keep going like we're going. It's not a bottomless pit. But maybe what I can do in working with Ms. Connolly and the staff, just to come up with a report that does at least discuss those alternatives in some detail, run it through, the committee en route to the board, for discussion, perhaps in conjunction with our budget, budget talks. It's a very difficult situation. We're stuck, with some legal obligations, moral obligations, arguably. it's very difficult. But these costs per individual, or just a few of these individuals, rival the cost of an entire department. Some of our smaller departments, and I get that point too. So I want to, bow to what the staff's saying here and acknowledge it. But yet the fiscal side of this it's off. There's not something that's, we got to see what else we can do.
And I'm sure that we're not the only county that is facing the same issues. So I imagine as a group, you guys are working on this the best you can statewide already to try to come up with some answers. And like Supervisor Royce, I don't have one. I just know that what you do is a good job, and you continue to do a good job. So keep it up. Any other questions from the board? Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move on the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Just once again, thank you for what you do, and look forward to what you guys come back with that lends us opportunities to be able to help.
We have first and second. Any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. Would the board like to take a short break, 10-minute break? All right. Will clerk please read item 17?
This is a second reading of an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by adding Chapter 1536 to address the unsightly appearance of damaged or neglected buildings and amending Section 1.10120A to exempt damaged or neglected buildings from the statute of limitations for violations of development codes.
Ms. Shane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resource Director. At your last meeting, your board waived the first reading of this proposed ordinance that would add a new Chapter 15.36 to the County Ordinance Code to provide a process for us to address buildings that have become dilapidated and are unsightly because of either some kind of a calamity, such as a fire, or just neglect. Since that meeting, I believe some questions have arisen about the procedure regarding historic buildings. And so I'd just like to address that before I ask your board to go ahead and adopt the ordinance today. And that is that the County Ordinance Code already provides procedures, establishes procedures to address historic buildings. If a building under this ordinance, again, the property owner would have the option to either repair, restore, or to demolish a building that is considered dilapidated and under this particular ordinance. The County Ordinance Code provides that if a building is 50 years old or older, it does require a review by our Historic Preservation Review Committee's Demolition Review Committee, and they would look to see whether or not there'd be any impacts to demolishing that structure. If the building is so dilapidated that it becomes a safety hazard, then the chief building official can declare it unsafe and demolish it without that process. So, and then the property owner has a third option, which is to hire a qualified professional to assess the historic building. If the building is 50 years old or older, to determine whether or not there is any value from a historic standpoint. So there are actually three options that currently exist under the County Ordinance Code. If the property owner decides to repair the building, let's assume it's 100 years old, then if it happens to be zoned either historic or within the Historic Design Preservation District, which currently only exists in Jamestown, then there is also a procedure for that to be reviewed for the work that would be done. Any building that does not have that zoning would not be subject to that type of review. So that's how we would treat the buildings that are 50 years old or older. With that, Mr. Chairman, unless your board has any questions, I would ask you to adopt the ordinance today.
Any questions from the board? Okay, I have a card for public comment. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, gentlemen, and the 8th woman in 165 years to serve on the Board of Supervisors in Tuolumne County. Good morning. My name is Sharon Marovich, and I'm representing the Tuolumne Heritage Committee. It's interesting that this would come up at the very beginning of Preservation Month in the United States. It's been declared by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. I have my magazines to deliver to you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll give you.
For a variety of reasons, we don't have an ordinance or, a resolution for you to consider regarding Preservation Week, but it's always such a wonderful magazine and full of so many success stories. From what I can understand in this ordinance change, you are speeding up or putting time limits on the remediation of buildings that are boarded up, have suffered some kind of catastrophe, or express visual blight, whatever that is. I'm here to say that the ordinance makes no provision for historic buildings. I understand what Bev just said, and she is correct that for historic buildings there are review periods. But this is introducing I don't know if you want to call it a streamlined or some sort of a timeline on how long buildings can stay in a particular state. As I understand it, there's no timeline now. I would like to make a few suggestions on second reading that you might want to consider. One, that you exempt buildings over 50 years old from this ordinance. Oftentimes it's difficult to get financing to fix up old buildings. I realize that when you look at the timeline that you put in there, one would think that that's satisfactory. It may or may not be. Secondly, the visual blight situation is a concern. An eyesore by one person is definitely a fixer-upper in the eyes of other people. And fixer-uppers today are great way for a family or a husband and wife to have their first home if they want to put in sweat equity, and also hire someone to fix their building up. Thirdly, there's and I would like to point out some eyesores that were considered eyesores, white elephants, you name it, and today are the crown jewels of Sonora. One is the Curtin Mansion. I'm sure that many people thought that it was pretty much a disaster, and let's tear it down. And then the Opera Hall. Some of you may not remember when the city had the vision to acquire the Opera Hall, and amidst a lot of rumblings of, well, tear the thing down, you couldn't have a finer building in downtown Sonora. Of course, the courthouse is a wonderful building too, but you have there a fabulous, fabulous building that is a keystone in downtown Sonora. Another thing the ordinance does not mention is the sale of the building. Say you have a building that has been boarded up X number of months, X number of years, or whatever. If the owner who owned it when this situation occurred sells the building, I think it would be nice if the time frame could begin all over again. I'm not sure that that's clear in the ordinance, that that person would have the same length of time to do the work that the original owner was given. The protections that we do have for historic buildings that Bev mentioned do exist, but this is putting a lot of time pressure on some of those buildings. I think if you look at downtown Tuolumne, you'll see some derelict buildings, if you want to call them that way. One, I can think of two right now, two of the biggest ones in downtown Tuolumne. Are you going to let the time start running on those? Or does it have to be a building? Are existing buildings grandfathered into this, or are buildings don't start this process until something happens to them, whether there's a fire, a visual episode, or whatever. So I guess in conclusion, my thought would be that this ordinance should pay a little more attention to our historic buildings.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Royce, did you
Yeah, just a couple
question,
comments and just address some of the stuff Sharon's bringing up. First of all, I appreciate your viewpoint and the fact that you value our historical assets. I do as well. But I also have a problem when people let things deteriorate to a state where there's no value left. And as a contractor, I can look at them and see some buildings have no structural integrity left, and therefore they're just left as an eyesore, right? I think you brought up a couple good points. First of all, the 50-year idea, I don't support that. I think if you go to 50 years, 1965, I think a lot of the stuff around from then on is, I wouldn't call it historical. There's a lot of people probably in this room that were around a long time before 1965. But no offense. I think that buildings maybe 75 years or something like that, I would look at a little bit differently. I think Ms. Shane addressed that to some degree, and I think that we do have provisions within our other ordinances that do have processes that address some of those historical concerns. But really, I think we have discretion built in this, right? There's processes to be able to, if somebody's making attempts to deal with a building, we have flexibility within this to make it work for them, right? Do you feel that way?
Yes, that's correct. This is enforced through our code compliance program, Chapter 110 of the County Ordinance Code, that does provide for extensions of time when people are making good faith effort, working with the county to resolve the issue. There
and that's
are many
before
opportunities.
getting a permit. That's just.
That's right.
Once you get a permit, then you have even more time.
That's correct.
The other thing is the sale issue, and I think that does bring up somewhat of a good point. I don't think it should restart. I could see, my creative mind. If I was in that situation, I'd sell my property to my brother for $1 and, do that every 2 years and no problem. But I think there could be situations where somebody that has a building that's falling apart and they don't have money to fix it, so they sell it, and somebody comes in. I can see having a reasonable ability for somebody to come in and give them some time. So, Bev, do you feel that there's flexibility within the ordinance for somebody to be able to acquire a property that's already been in bad standing and start to pursue repairs and be in a situation where they can accomplish that?
Yes. Again, this is not a standalone ordinance because you have to look at in
the entire
totality with
ordinance
it.
code.
Yes. Chapter 110 under our code compliance program, we do just that. When someone sells property for which there is already a code compliance case, we work with the new owner to give them the time that they need to resolve the issue. And actually, a sale is often a benefit because those new owners are aware of the situation and are very willing to correct the problem.
Yeah, if they're willing to put money into a
Yeah.
property, they're usually tempting to do something. Okay, that's all I have.
I'd like to respond to Supervisor. That is, you may not think 50 years is old. I think there's probably a lot of people in this room who don't think 50 years is old, but it is the industry standard for historic buildings. That is the industry standard, and as we have come along over the years, now we're up to 1965 as being 50 years old. That may sound like yesterday to some people, but in terms of buildings, it's part of the heritage of the community. Some communities, really didn't get going until 1965. If you want to talk about the suburbs and some of the other places that we have in this country, but an old building now is pre-1965. It's not 1865 or 1900. It's 1965.
Thank you, Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, and so that may bring up some regional considerations, but I want to get to another point that Sharon made, which is getting financing for these older buildings can be very, very difficult, and it can take a number of years. And you could have a very well-intentioned individuals that are trying to accomplish that task, and time is. I'll speak from firsthand experience. It can take easily 5, 6, 7 years to get financing on these old buildings. They're very unconventional. Most lenders understand that it's going to be a lot more than what the original ask is, because you have hidden issues, if you will, and foundations, and they're very, very difficult to get financed. So I do have some concerns, and think that we need to look at some exemption for historic buildings. Maybe we do need to redefine it a little bit, because again, I'm not necessarily comfortable either with 50 years, but I think that there is something that is that we would have a larger percentage of historically significant buildings that are maybe 75 years or older that should have some exemption and allowance for some of the difficulties that they would find in getting rehabilitated.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing this topic up, because I think it's important. Because of the nature of where we live, historical buildings and the historical nature of our area is important to us. It's important to the ambiance, the qualities of everything we have around here. On the other hand, everything that's 50 years old is not historically significant, but there are some historically significant structures in the county, and I think there's enough flexibility. And if there's not, we do need to put it in there so that we can review those case by case. I mean, certainly you wouldn't tear down the Parthenon because it became a public safety hazard or it was run down. It is run down, but you'd want to maintain it. But and I think there are buildings and structures of that type in our county. So I liked the word historically significant, and historically significant things, we should be flexible enough to deal with those. On the other hand, we should be ahead of that game before they become a public safety hazard. That really bothers me. When things become a public safety hazard through either neglect, and there's no such thing as benign neglect, you got to maintain things. And then, of course, the case of catastrophic fire, and in some cases that becomes the determining factor. And I don't think we are in a position to require someone to rebuild something just because it was historically significant and wiped out. I don't know that we'd want to do that necessarily. But anyway, I'll support this if you can assure me that there's enough flexibility that we can how shall I say, deal with historically significant structures that may be in this condition.
If I could respond, I just want to clarify that I think the presumption is every case is going to end up with a demolition. That's not what this ordinance is about. This ordinance is, if it's so dilapidated, it's a safety hazard. We don't even need this ordinance. We already have the ability to require demolitions. That's, again, goes without saying. That's under the Health and Safety Code. and that's really a different matter. The intent of this ordinance was to address the structures that are not looking very good. Maybe the paint's peeling, maybe the roof's sagging, that I would hope the goal in most cases will be to do some restorative work rather than demolitions. Demolitions, we have an ordinance about that. That one I'm actually not that concerned about because it's 50 years old or older. There's already a process that we have to look at. But it's true if someone owns one of these structures, they can't afford the paint or to fix it up, then we'll certainly work with them and give them time to do that. But again, the assumption shouldn't be that every case that we use this ordinance or this ordinance applies to will be a demolition.
Supervisor Rutherford, did you have any comment? I think that, the whole purpose of this ordinance, as I see it, is to have people do due diligence to get
That's right.
get the work done, get things cleaned up best we can, and I'm confident that staff will work with those individuals to make sure it gets done. We have some structures that people are living in right now. They need some cleanup. They need some work, and hopefully this will help the person that owns those properties and actually rents them will possibly do some of the cleanups. And we've got a lot of experience recently with tearing down buildings that if proper maintenance had been done on them over a number of years, we wouldn't have had to do that. So I think it's one that we can manage, and I appreciate your concerns, but I think we can take care of those.
Okay, well, I hope that's the case. Otherwise, I think you're putting the county in the demolition business or the county in the building fixing up
That's certainly
business.
not my intent at all.
I would think it would not be your intent, but, we all know those buildings are out there, and we know that for whatever reason, they don't get repaired. And when the 18 months is up, and then there's the extensions and so on, and it still looks like it did for the last, 5 years or 10 years, something's going to happen.
One more comment.
I just wanted to offer you another way to look at this. Instead of looking at it as forcing people to tear down buildings, it's encouraging people to repair buildings. Buildings that are historic, if they have historic value, if you just leave them sitting there forever, they're going to fall down. So if you have something that does have some value, it's a reason to repair it. And in most cases, this is going to only apply to probably a very select number of situations. But in those situations, it's not going to be okay just to let those buildings just fall down.
Okay.
I'd like
Supervisor
to
Brennan.
suggest one possible help with this, because I really do agree with some of the comments that Sharon has addressed. And on item 7, it identifies 18 months, across 2 6-month extensions of the 18-month period. And I really, again, because of some of the financing issues that can take place, I'm wondering if 15.36050 couldn't reflect something that is a little bit more realistic on the time frame. I would suggest, again, I know it can take easily 2 to 3 years, and that is working actively and aggressively on it.
But if we're working actively and aggressively to get that fixed, we're going to work with
Again,
that
that's
individual.
discretionary, though, and I have faith in who we're talking to today, but in 5 years from now we have
I don't.
Any other comment?
I just think it's very, very difficult to apply language that's going to apply to every single situation.
But
I think
we've
having
done
a baseline and then having a discretionary process from then on, instead of going, I mean, there's appeals for this also, right?
Yes, there is. Under the code compliance ordinance, the property owner could appeal to your board. And we often bring back an ordinance after a year for your board to see how it's working, and we'll be happy to come, if you do approve this, bring it back in a year and advise you how many cases we've even had, and there may be none within the next year, to see, if you want to make some adjustments.
All right.
I could go along with
Okay.
that, but I'd like a review over the next couple of years, just so we can get
Well-
some baseline idea.
Bring it back in a
How
year.
about an annual report on this? I mean,
Annual
certainly
report.
report.
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Rutherford.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
With an annual.
With a annual review.
All right. Looking for a second?
Second.
Just a quick question. Do you have to recognize findings A, B, and C on that?
Okay, I move on staff recommendations and findings A, including findings A, B, and C with an annual review.
Second.
First and second, any more public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes 5-0. We have an 11 o'clock appointment, and I apologize for running a little late, but sometimes it's hard. So would the clerk please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
Presentation by the Stanislaus National Forest Supervisor regarding the upcoming fire season and the status report on the forest-related matters.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Deputy Forest Supervisor Scott Tangenberg of the Stanislaus National Forest. It's good to see you all again. Jeannie Higgins, Forest Supervisor, originally planned to be here, but was unable to for personal reasons. I really do want to thank you for the opportunity to share some information with you today about our preparations with respect to the upcoming fire season. Of course, California is in its 4th year of drought, and the expectations for an active fire season are high. Obviously, our partners with the county, as well as CAL FIRE and other fire suppression agencies, are taking this very seriously, and we at the Stanislaus National Forest and the United States Forest Service are doing the same. No one can predict when disaster is going to strike, and in recognition of the governor's declaration of this week as Wildfire Awareness Week, I'm appreciative of the chance to remind everyone of the Ready, Set, Go campaign. This includes being ready by preparing defensible space around your property by clearing flammable materials. Being set means having an evacuation plan as well as having a kit prepared. And the go obviously refers to the need to leave quickly in the event of a wildfire and the evacuation that may threaten individuals' homes. Today I'm joined by my acting forest fire chief, Rob Lang, and our forest fire planner, Shelley Crook. They'll be presenting information about how we're staffed, what resources we have available to us to assist with fire suppression, and how we plan to utilize those resources. They'll also present our most recent data with respect to current weather conditions and fuel conditions, and what those mean with respect to how we prepare for the fire season ahead of us and how we respond to changing conditions as the fire season progresses. With that, I'd like to introduce Shelley Crook.
Good morning. I believe it's still morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present. You guys have seen my show a couple of times already, so I've got a similar presentation I'd like to provide, and I know I'm going to kind of stand in your way, and I'm not sure if you guys want to guide me. You want me to? I can do it from here, and then I can use the clicker and point at what needs to be emphasized. Okay, so this was put together yesterday of our conditions. A lot of this information is what you already know. This is the precipitation for Sonora going back for just over 2 years. And we've got a better pointer here. And so the way we've got it here, color-coded by water year. So water year 2013, 2014, and 2015. And you can see, and I'm not telling you a whole lot that you don't already know, but we had good early winter rain, but then in January and March we pretty much dropped off the chart here. So we're significantly below normal for this water year, as has been in the past 3 years. Down here at the bottom, which is probably hard to see, is a summation. Our average being the black line, and the previous 4 years are not looking so great. And this is something I pulled off the internet, and you may have seen it before. It shows where we are for the region that we are in, sort of the Central Sierras, showing us at 16 inches of precip, well below the average for this time of year. One thing I want to point out, that although we have 5 months left in this water year, generally, on an average year, we'd only get an additional 4 inches of rain in that 5 months. So by the end of this month, we pretty much are out of our rainy season, and we don't expect much precip after that, other than very intermittent. This is more specific to the Stanislaus. So we have 4 remote automated weather stations: the Cottage, Pinecrest, Mount Elizabeth, and Smith Peak. And this is the rain or precipitation we've received over the past 3 years. The blue is 13, yellow 14, and red 15. So you can see in all cases that we've seen a decline year by year, and currently not looking so great. Another way of looking at that same data is by month. And as I pointed out on the previous chart, you can see down here on Smith Peak, from this point on, there is not a whole lot of rain normally received. So by the end of May, we do not expect to get a whole lot of rain after May. This is the snow. This is from Ebbets Pass. The white bars represent a normal snow by month, and the red bars represent what we had this year. So in March, we were at about half of normal, and then by April, when they sampled, there was none. And again, May, none, obviously. So, and we know that's the case because of our very warm winter that we had. Okay, so I'm moving a little bit more from what was to where we're going. And so the short term where we're going, this is a 7-day outlook for significant fire potential. We're in what's considered yellow, and these are the 2 areas. Areas 4 and 2 are the areas for the Stanislaus. And it's yellow right now, which represents a dry condition, but it's turning to green. You guys are probably aware that we've got a storm coming in on Thursday, Friday, which will bring some precip to the area, snow to the high country, and that will be helpful. It'll sort of give us a little bit of a moisture pulse that will slow down our drying conditions. So that's a positive thing. Unfortunately, the rest of the fire season, or leading into the fire season, the prediction right now is that our temperatures are going to be significantly above normal for the entire West. Our precipitation is going to be what they say equal chance, represents equal chance of either slightly above or slightly below. So we're really not expecting any abnormality of above or below. So for us, we know that our summers are dry, so we're expecting it to be dry. This is from the climate predictive services, and this is what they've predicted for our large fire potential. And for us, this is only the Southern California, because we do fall in, the Stanislaus falls into the Southern California area. And for May, the red represents above normal potential for large fire, and the lower elevations of the Stanislaus are going to be in what's above normal for May, so we are currently in above normal. But once we move into June through August, the entire Stanislaus will be above normal for large fire potential. This is the drought outlook, and this is not new, I don't think, to anybody, but this is for the month of May, and pretty much the entire state is in drought. And then going into the seasonal outlook, it stays that way through the entire fire season. Okay, so this is something I've showed before. Takes a little bit of explanation. This is what we call the energy release component, ERC for short. It's an index that is calculated based upon our remote automated weather station at Mount Elizabeth, and it represents the heat in the flaming front of a fire. So the dryness of the fuels is what is driving this particular index. And it's a good index for telling us how dry the conditions are and what is the potential out there. And it's the primary index that we use for a lot of our decisions that we make within the Forest Service regarding fire management. So you can see the gray margin. Right on this gray margin is what we consider to be the average for the 97 to 2014 period. This red line at the top represents the maximum over that period. The little dashed line here is last year, our energy release component from last year. And you can see it bouncing a lot. Every time we get a pulse of rain, it bounces a lot. And it ended fairly wet. We had a really nice wet year, brought us down to normal conditions. And then when we picked it up at the start of this year, the black line, we started real close to what's normal, but immediately started going up. And then the pulses for each one of our rainstorms that we had, any of the precip. But you can see that for the majority of the year, we have been above the average line, and we have actually exceeded the maximum line on several occasions. As of yesterday, this is where we were. We anticipate that this line will make another drop because of the weather that's coming in on Thursday and Friday. I don't expect a significant drop. I think we might see it come down almost to average, but then start going back up. The forecast for the remainder of the month after this storm comes through is for dry conditions. So I anticipate that we'll be back up, bumping this red line, the maximum line, again, probably in about 10 to 15 days. These lines that are going across here, they say staffing level. We've got staffing level 2, 3, 4, and 5. Rob's going to speak to these more in his discussion, but these are decision points for us that we utilize. And this energy release component is also used for fire restrictions. So I'm going to move to that. Our fire hazard areas, you may or may not be familiar with it. We've got the Stanislaus broken into 3 areas: high hazard, mostly the lower elevation, moderate hazard, mid elevation, and then low hazard at the higher elevation. And we go into restrictions every year depending upon certain criteria. The last couple years, because of the drought, we've gone into restrictions in 2013, we were in late June. We went into restrictions in the the high hazard area. Last year it was mid-June. This year it'll probably be sooner. We could be looking as early as late May to early June. The criteria we use for restrictions, a lot of information here. High hazard area, that was the pink reddish area I was just referring to. There are 4 criteria that have to be met in order, or that should be met, to go into restrictions. And I need to put a caveat in there. If we feel there's a need to go into restrictions before or after they're met, we have that option. Our management has that option. But we use these as guidelines. Energy release component, burning index, another index, the 1,000-hour fuels, which is dry, heavy fuels, and the live fuels. And I'm tracking those here, and the yellow represents where we've met those criteria. So you can see we've got a lot of yellow on this chart, except for the energy release component. That's the one that has not been met, and it probably won't get met until we get past this next precip event and move closer into June. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you, and I'm going to pass it over to Rob Lang to finish up.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Robert Lang. I'm just going to speak to you about the resources that we have available and what we've been doing to get ready for the fire season. The number of resources that we have available are listed here on the board. We have 12 engines, 4 10-person hand crews, 2 hotshot crews, a helicopter, 2 water tenders. We're going to have 3 lookout staff this year, and I think 17 prevention techs. Yeah, 17 prevention techs there. Our temporary workforce started just this pay period, with the exception of one of our hotshot crews. Our temporary folks are limited to 1,039 hours per year, plus an additional 80 hours of training. That's done by OPM. We have a permanent workforce that's year-round, and then we have our our temporary folks that come on that supplement our engines to make them more effective. Starting them this pay period shuts them down just before Thanksgiving. So we staggered them, and we're bringing the Stanislaus Hot Shot crew on next pay period so we can get them a little bit farther in the season should the season extend. Most of our folks, our engines are supposed to be 7-day effective, but just because of a few key leadership positions, 1 or 2 of them may end up being 5-day effective, which just simply means that they all take the same day off, where a 7-day effective would stagger it and be able to cover 7 days a week. These staffing level lines that Shelley referred to in the ERC chart, how that affects us is we only allow a certain number of resources to go off forest at the same time, and depending on what staffing level we're at, that affects the number of resources, what we call our drawdown. And our drawdown is typically 4 engines. When we're below staffing level 3, it's 4 engines must be available, and because the fire danger is relatively lower, we don't have to have any of our hotshot crews or hand crews or helicopters available. When we hit staffing level 3, that changes. We bump up to 5 engines must be available on force and 1 of our hand crews. Should we be at drawdown and have an event start, then we would work closely with the Southern California GAC, Geographic Area Coordination Center, and that's where they would send us the supplemental resources to come in. I don't know that there's much more I can tell you about our resource staffing. We have key leadership positions also. We call them chief officers or duty officers that are staggered across the forest. We make sure that we have a incident commander qualified at the type 3 level or above, 1 available on each corridor, 124 and 108, every day during the season when we are at staffing levels 3 or above. Questions?
You're at staffing level what right now?
3.
3.
We just entered into staffing level 3, but again, we expect it to drop back down to 2 with this next set of moisture there.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I do have one concern that has been brought to me is the availability of water sources within the national forest itself. Is that something that you're working on to try to develop some water sources for firefighting?
We do have water sources pre-identified out there. We've got, I want to say, as many as 3 large tanks, one out by Jupiter, between Columbia and Twainhart there, and I think we've got 2 over on the Groveland side, but I'm just not sure. You know, they're rain collections, and I just don't know how full they are. We have in the past, when we have rain flow, we've sent engines out to pull out of local streams and to fill those, but the streams aren't flowing enough for us to do that right now either.
You know, my question would be: would it be possible to improve some of those draft sites? I know this was mentioned to me by one of the logging companies that is having difficulty finding water, to further develop some of those draft sites so that it would be available to you guys to draft water out in case there was a fire.
I don't know that we could do much from the fire suppression side of that. We have the ability to draft out, or we are authorized to draft out of the low-flowing streams on initial attack. Mm-hmm. Once we hit an extended attack or a longer duration fire, then we would start trucking water in for that. If we were to improve a draft site, in fact, I can think of one on Rose Creek that's right there next to the Italian Bar Road that comes all the way out there. Even if we, I think it was the public that created a large swimming pool there, or a large swimming pond there. When the water flow gets low, it just gets low. And when we draft out of that, it just affects downstream in the riparian areas and some of the amphibians.
Okay. Any other solutions to that problem?
More rain.
More rain, okay. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I think my question's for Scott. Sorry, Jeannie isn't here. There was a message, I think it came out yesterday, maybe the day before, from Georgia Dempsey, talking about breaking the cycle of catastrophic fire. So what's your plan for breaking the cycle on the Stanislaus? I mean, you know, I think we dodged a pretty serious bullet last year because we didn't have a significant fire. But 21 months ago, a little more we had the big one, and so what are we going to do long term to make the forest truly fire resilient so that the firefighters can knock it down?
Absolutely, yeah. This is something that's been a goal of ours for many years now. And as resources have been available, we've put as much effort as we can towards that effort. Clearly, the Rim Fire was an exceptional event, and we've done quite a bit to respond to that in the last 21 months, as you said. One of those major responses is clearing out as much of the dead timber as we possibly could, with the assistance of our local industry and the partners that all of you know very well. We work closely with, did everything we could to remove that fuel that could potentially reburn in the event of a subsequent wildfire. The next phase is certainly doing what we can outside the perimeter of the rim fire to prevent the next rim fire. And with that in mind, the forest is already discussing how we can address another large landscape with our planning and with our intentional fuel reduction rather than watching Mother Nature reduce those fuels for us. So that is indeed one of the focus points for our planning over the next few months, heading into fiscal year 16, 17, and beyond, with, of course, still a focus on removing the dead timber from the rim fire burn perimeter, as well as reforesting the burn fire perimeter so that we get a forest that is more resilient again, as opposed to grass and brush fields, which have a much higher fire return interval.
Just to follow up on that, my concern, of course, is that the resources you do get aren't increased to deal with rimfire recovery, which is essential. Consequently, the rest of the forest continues to grow. And the other part is that I believe you are being tasked to rewrite the forest plan consistent with the 2012 forest planning rule, and in fact, that diverts resources from what I think is public safety. And I'm hoping that we can continue to have a dialogue on that and avoid that. Public safety ought to trump almost anything else in the game, and I'm really concerned about a massive fire in another area outside rim fire, the Stanislaus watershed, and this year scares me obviously because you see the increasing number of dead trees. I don't have to tell you about that. I saw a Forest Service documentary on how many trees are dying in California, starting from the south going north, and if that isn't frightening, it should be. And I just look around our forest, lower levels mostly yet, but I see them everywhere I go. An increasing level of trees expiring, and we're only in May, barely in May. So I'm real interested in what's going on to do that. Is there any hope of additional resources to deal with that?
We are at the pleasure. We serve at the pleasure of the president and our congressmen, and as they see fit to grant us with the resources that we would like to employ to use the tools that we have to treat our landscapes and make them fire resilient, we'll do so. It is true that the regional office of the Forest Service that governs the 18 national forests in California is considering pushing forward aggressively with rewriting our forest plans. There is a upside to that potentially with the prospect of reconsidering some of the limitations and some of the barriers that can sometimes exist with respect to treating forested landscapes. Obviously, the downside may very well be a diversion of resources, as you say. towards focusing on that effort as opposed to focusing on planning for treating the next landscape. We're hopeful. We're hopeful that we're either able to get the resources to accomplish both, or able to spend the resources where collectively both we and our community feels is the most effective place to spend those resources.
Okay. Sherry?
Thank you, Scott, and I think as a board, we want to collectively help you as wherever we can get those resources. I wonder if you could explain for the public, you talked about looking at a landscape scale project in the future. What kind of timeline, what that process might look like briefly, and what a timeline is?
Sure. So, as you may remember, the response to the rim fire was basically a landscape scale treatment. We're talking about tens of thousands of acres to treat.
And I guess I'm looking not where you have an emergency declaration, but what a green sale, because I think that may be a little bit more.
Indeed it is.
Problematic.
And so, illustrating how quickly we were able to respond to the rim fire, yet with those emergency declarations and alternative arrangements that allowed for an abbreviated planning cycle. Without those in place, and it's likely that they would not be put in place for treating a green landscape, although we are interested in offsetting the chance for a future disaster, it's not the same as responding to a disaster. The timeframes for planning could easily push out 6 months to another year. So that would basically put in context a rimfire response to be about a 9-month response, 10-month response, planning for a large, similarly large landscape to treat green fuels and to try to make it more resilient for the next potential forest fire could easily take a year and a half to 2 years worth of planning on an expedited time frame.
Expedited. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment, questions? Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate the information, and hopefully we have a good season.
We appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will the clerk please read item 18?
This is a second reading of an ordinance adopting the provision of California Constitution Article Number 13, Section 2, relating to the assessment and valuation of replacement property within Tuolumne County, and authorize a fee for processing or recension of a claim.
Mr. Whitman.
Hello, Chairman and members of the board. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. And so at your last board meeting, the board held a public hearing and waived the first reading of an ordinance adopting the provisions of California Constitution, Article 13, Section 2, relating to assessed valuation of replacement property within Tuolumne County, and authorize a fee for processing or rescission of a claim. I ask that your board waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Whitman?
I'll move
None
to
for the
adopt.
board. Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board.
I move to adopt the ordinance.
Second.
We have a first and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0.
Thanks, Kanan.
The clerk please read item 18A.
Consideration of approving an out-of-state travel for Supervisor Handvelt to testify to Federal Land Subcommittee regarding the impact of litigation on national forest management on May 14, 2015 in Washington, D.C.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes, good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Supervisor Handvelt has been afforded the opportunity to present at the Federal Land Subcommittee in Washington, D.C. next Thursday, May 14th. And this doesn't come around too often, but they are looking for direction on how the impact of litigation on national forest management. We just had a great discussion on some of that in our previous item. We have, in order for him to go and testify, we just have to take care of some procedural items. One is to make sure we have budget for him to be able to travel. We've estimated the travel expenses to take care of this is $2,500, and I've talked to Mr. Pedro, and we would address this during the year-end budget process, which is coming to your board at your next meeting. Also, you need to approve out-of-state travel so you can attend. Those are the procedural things, but also we thought we'd take this opportunity to give him some bullet points that he could use to testify at that hearing. So that's our discussion today.
Okay, who would like, Supervisor Hanvelt, would you like to add anything to that?
This only came up yesterday afternoon. I actually got a phone call, apparently at the office and at home, but I was on another phone call, so I didn't get the phone call directly, but then I picked up the message and I picked up an email. I've since talked to the Congressman's office, and I've also had some exchange with Washington, and they would like us to attend. I think largely because of the activity that's taken place in Tuolumne County. I think it's interesting that and I might add appropriate in light of the rimfire and everything else that and the rimfire recovery process that we look at Tuolumne County participating in this. And I'm honored to be asked, actually.
I think you would represent us well. I think one of the messages I would like you to carry, for me especially, is that Stanislaus National Forest needs some more resources so that you guys can get your job done.
You can count on that.
So let's make sure that's right up there on the list. Any other, Sherry?
Yeah. Part of the reason I asked Scott the question I did on, the timeline for preparing these green timber sales is because the extraordinary effort that the Forest Service, the agency, goes through to avoid potential litigation and the time that it takes to prepare these documents. And I think he said it takes 2 years if all goes well and it's expedited, and that doesn't include any time frame if there are challenges, which there. I think overwhelmingly the majority of these documents are challenged. And so the ability for the Forest Service to actively manage their lands is really hampered by, number one, the extensive planning process that they go through, and then the time frame that it takes after those documents have been very well crafted to go through the appeals/litigation process. And the second point, and I think I also heard it, was certainly to the funding challenges. We talked about the forest plan. The forest plan really is an opportunity to really potentially look at what is some of the newest science and how that is implemented and how it will have the potential to challenge, respond to some of the current challenges that are out there. And so, again, we need those appropriations to happen in two forms. It is active management and how do we look at green timber harvest sales, but also the revenue or ability to move forward on these forest plans.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything that's been said, but I think that the problem in our national forests right now, especially in California, but it's really true of everything west of the Continental Divide, is that through decades of mismanagement, and that's not a pejorative term, I just can't think of a less pejorative term, we have a situation that is truly out of control. And it's to the point where just getting the increase down to zero of the problem will be an exhaustive challenge. And to try and reverse that is going to take a whole lot of cooperation. And that's federal, state, local, public, private, everything. Everybody's going to have to work this one really hard. And I think most of the people in the state of California, anyway, that are involved with the forests recognize that. Not everybody, unfortunately. But I think that we have some examples that are good examples to tout, and I would recommend that we tout those, and we all know what they are. But I also believe that part of the problem really has nothing to do directly with forest management. There are things in EPA, there are things in the Endangered Species Act, there is tort reform, there are a whole lot of things that have to happen that are the enablers that are going to allow the people whose job it is to manage the forests to do their job right. And it kind of goes to what Sherry was talking about. And we have got to take those on. And that has got to happen in the legislature. It just absolutely has to. In my view, the legislature, both at the state and the federal level, has abrogated its responsibility and transferred it over to the executive branches. And they've lost control, and they have to regain control. And that would be the message that I would like to send to our legislators, not just in Washington, D.C., but in Sacramento as well. When they did those things, they gave the power to pass, in essence, pass laws in the form of regulations by people that have no accountability to the voters of the state or the nation. And to me, that is a sin, and I think that needs to be reversed, and that is going to take aggressive legislative action both at the state and the federal level. So that's my pitch.
Okay. Any other comments?
Move on recommendation.
Any public comment? Okay. So we got the public thumbs up. Call for.
I'd normally make a motion for one-way travel, but I'll move to. I'll move to support that we approve the out-of-state travel for Supervisor Hanvelt to go out and be a glib spokesman for our county and our interests, and let Mr. Pedro figure out the bucks and the budget.
And we have a second by Supervisor Royce. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. I think what we'll do is do reports when after our 1:30 appointment. Is that okay with everybody? And adjourn the meeting right now?
Yep.
Does that work? Our research, excuse me. Is that okay with you, Mr. Pedro, or would you rather? Okay. Yeah. Yes, he had trouble parking his scooter. He's running a little bit late. All right.
They're all jealous. They want to play with my game.
Yes. All right. I'll call the Board of Supervisors meeting of May 5th back to order. Will the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to establish a process for applying increases to solid waste collection rates for franchise haulers and collection areas 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. With me is Belinda Barlow, our solid waste manager. The franchise agreements between the county and Cal Sierra Disposal, Burns Refuse Service, and Moore Brothers Scavenger Company provide for annual increases for the collection rates based on the percent change in the Consumer Price Index. Under these agreements, the franchisees are entitled to a fair return of revenues for the services provided. The amount is capped at 10% for a 3-year rolling average. The franchisees are required by contract to submit financial statements to the county auditor. The auditor then determines whether or not the franchisees are eligible to receive the annual CPI increase or adjustment. The franchisees also are entitled to an immediate rate increase when and if your board adopts resolutions to increase the collection rates, the disposal rates at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station or the Groveland Transfer Station. So these are both automatic adjustments to the rates per the contract. Currently, the procedure is that we come to your board, seems annually, in the fall, with requests from the franchisees for adjustments to these rates. Last fall, on November 4th, your board did consider these rate increases for the franchisees and directed us to come back with a proposal to streamline this process so that these automatic increases per contract could be implemented without coming to your board each year. The resolution that's before you this afternoon would do just that. It would authorize the solid waste manager to adjust the franchisees' collection rates based upon the CPI increase and any adjustments that you have made to the rates at the transfer stations. And that would be contingent upon the county auditor's review of the financial statements for each of the companies to determine that they are indeed entitled to the CPI increases. If your board does adopt this resolution, then adjustments to the transfer stations would come to your board as they currently do, but these what we call pass-through increases per contract would no longer do so. County Counsel, Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivedal helped to draft this resolution that is before you this afternoon.
Any questions? Any public comment?
And this is a public hearing.
And I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor? Against? Neutral? Close the public hearing. You hesitated. I'll open the public hearing up on the board's.
Tom Teach, Waste Management, Cal Sierra. I'm really just here to support Belinda and Bev in this thing. I know it's been a frustration for the Board of Supervisors every year because you feel like you don't have an option to do this because it's written into the current agreement. So it's just going to take that off the table, so it makes it a little bit easier in terms of the CPI. We ended up with our hauling site not taking the CPI because we exceeded the 10% margin last year. There was a small increase that was taken at the transfer station because we're still struggling to make a profit there. But that's just about all I have unless somebody has a question for me.
Any other questions? I think staff did what the board requested to have done. Public hearing is really closed now. And I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments.
I'd just like to remind people of why we're doing this. It just seemed senseless for us to be asked to vote on something that we really didn't have a choice of voting on. It was a contractual agreement. We're not abrogating our authority or our responsibility. That is exercised when we enter into the agreement. And with that, I move on staff recommendation.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, I agree with you. I just hate this, and I know being in this position sucks. I just don't know. The only thing that's good about having to go through this whole exercise is the fact that it is the one way that we can put pressure and raise public awareness about the situation that we have. And no offense, it discourages you guys from going for rate increases a little bit. I don't know what else there is. And I mean, that's our job, is to advocate for our constituents and try to keep the cost down. And, you know, I don't think it's a bad thing, but I don't think I want to support it just because I don't know. I just feel like it's the one method we have. So,
yeah, the thing is that we always have the discussion, and you've brought it up before during the discussion that you hate doing it, but we got to do it, and this seems like a logical way.
I always vote against them.
Way to it.
Principle, but yeah.
I know, but by doing that, you know, we could violate the terms of the contract if we all felt the same way. That would be, again, difficult. So I would support it. But the good thing is that you're young enough that you'll probably live to a date that when these things are renegotiated, you can really put some input on there.
You're not
What is it,
planning to get there, Supervisor Gray?
2024 or something like that? 2022?
2022.
So hang in there, if you can. All right, any more discussion? Supervisor Hanveld?
Yeah, I have to weigh in. First of all, thank you for doing this. This is better than the process. We signed up for this on contract, and so we shouldn't have to revisit the agony of it on the annual basis. That being said, I don't like the system, and I have to say that. Cost of living increases, guaranteed increases, relieve me of some of the responsibility I have to run a business and run it in a efficient manner, because I'm guaranteed I get cost of living. Businesses deserve to make a decent profit on what they do. I don't begrudge them that. But I have seen this in my prior life, and I've seen people play games with these. This one's cost of living, but where they are guaranteed a rate of return. And utilities do that all the time, and there's ways to play games with that. There's got to be a better system. I don't know what it is. We did sign up for this in a contract, and this keeps us from having to relive it every year, and so I will second the motion.
All right, we have a second. I just want to comment that, there's no one sitting up here that voted for these contracts. But we're still bound as supervisors to fulfill those obligations. Going back in time and thinking about the difficulty it is to find waste haulers and all of those people. I know that we haven't found any competition in the Groveland landfill as far as anybody else bidding on it. And it tells me that it's a difficult business in this environment that we're in geographically to make a lot of money on waste disposal. So having that, we have a first and a second.
Make a comment real quickly.
You better hurry.
Because I agree with absolutely everything that has been raised up here, but I would like county council to just tell us the consequence because it seems like the alternative would be to break the contract, and there is a consequence to that.
If we were to be in breach of the contract, and especially if we did it saying, we know we're required to do this, but we're not going to do it anyway, we would be potentially acting in bad faith. And courts do not necessarily look good on folks who act in bad faith. So it would absolutely not be something that I would ever recommend to your board to proceed in that direction.
Okay. So we have the word of counsel. Anything else? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-1. Thank you. He's conflicted. He's just conflicted. Okay. Next item.
Reports.
Reports. Okay. County Council, do you want to give a report?
There will be a quick change in seating
Okay.
arrangements, and then
All right. Supervisor Brennan, report.
I'd like to pass down a copy of a letter that I signed. It came up earlier about responding to AB 590, which is cap and trade dollars for biomass removal. This was an item that we had discussed in the Natural Resource Committee, and we were all in support of. We did not have time to bring it to the full board, and so we did draft a letter, and I signed it as chair of the Natural Resource Committee. I will pass it down the dais so that you can take a look at it. I am also in contact with Assemblyman Dolly's office to be certain that if there is another opportunity to be commenting on this as the full board, that we bring that to this body in a timely fashion so that we can do it.
Could you just email it to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, more report? Okay, Supervisor Royce? Supervisor Rutherford?
No report.
Okay. Supervisor Hamvelt?
It's been nice having a 6-week vacation. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to last a couple weeks longer. I am trying to attend meetings as much as possible, but I don't get permission to go for about 2 more weeks.
We'll let you off the hook.
Unless you have a chauffeur.
I do. I have a very patient chauffeur, nurse, cook. all
And
those
she
things.
must be patient.
And by the way, she's a good porter too. She carries my bags.
And
she's
quite
marvelous.
saintly, I might add.
Yes. Okay, so that's your report?
Except I'm a little worried she'll strike for higher wages, and I refuse to give her a cost of living increase.
It's in the contract.
Isn't it?
Okay, I'm going to give mine, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Pedro to give his report to County Council, because it's short. On April 22nd, had the opportunity to engage in the emergency exercise with the SWAT teams, the FBI, and CAL FIRE. Had an interesting flight in a helicopter to Kennedy Meadows and back to Moccasin, and I must say that, we really should be proud of the people we have working for us in Tuolumne County. Things, even though it wasn't real, it was real to them, and they really performed, I think, wonderfully. So hats off to them, and I'll take a helicopter ride in a Chinook anytime. So it was quite enjoyable. On the 22nd, I filled in for our top hand at Roundup kickoff luncheon, and wasn't much successful in helping the sheriff get rid of the criminals that stole the contract. I hope they find it soon, if they haven't found it already. And on the 24th, I attended the Lamplight Dinner, and I was able to give up a couple presentations to some well-deserving docents at the Tuolumne County Historical Society Museum, or Tuolumne County Museum. And of note, they really need people to help them down there. They need some more docents. So if you know anybody that is looking for a real interesting time, go down there and see what they have. It's a great place. And I think that's just about it. So, County Council?
In the last few weeks, we've been really busy. 6 contested juvenile matters. We continue to work on the well assistance program with OES. We attended some employment law training. And then on Monday, Supervisor Gray and I will be going to San Francisco for the Rim Fire 9th Circuit oral argument. So we'll keep you all posted on how that goes.
And we'll be leaving at 5:30 in the morning, so if you'd like to ride along. Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chair, first, on a personal note, I just want to thank each of you for your understanding and patience with me the last couple of weeks. Trying time, as you guys know, with some parent, issues. So thank you for that sincerely. I don't get to see you all as much, but I'm back. Along the lines of what Supervisor Brennan mentioned about AB 590, SB 593, there's a bill out that will help level the playing field with organizations like Airbnb and so forth that are renting out rooms without paying TOT. And there was also not time to get that to this board, but Shelley Peach, your elected treasurer tax collector who oversees that, did send in a letter representing herself, not the county, which is a role usually reserved to you guys. But she's trying to find out when the next hearing date will be, so we can bring something back that the full board could weigh in on. So we'll get a copy of that letter to you as well. I really did want to mention to you, and it would have been great if I could have done it a couple of weeks ago, but talk about when Josh White and I had the opportunity to go ahead and meet with the State Insurance Commissioner's office. And that was a really good meeting. I left, and I know Josh left feeling that we had made a difference with the presentation. To give you an idea of some of the firepower, I'm trying to remember, I think there's about 12 people involved, either in the room and or from the San Francisco office and other remote locations. But you had people such as the deputy commissioner, which even the staff was surprised that he came into the meeting to participate. He was over consumer services and market conduct branch. You had the chief under him, the government law bureau. CAL FIRE, for example, brought their manager of California Strategic Fire Plan came because they're very interested because of some of the mapping issues. I know that's been a big issue that Josh has felt strongly that some of the mapping that's been used by insurance companies has not been based on complete ground truthed information. And there's a bunch of other folks that were there. But what we ended up doing was introducing to them a bunch of information. You guys have seen lots of it here before. We put it into a binder, and this thing ended up, we made a few copies, and it became a popular item that got sent out to a lot of their staff. And they're really going to start digging into this, but it contains information such as, of course, our fire insurance work plan that your board approved and had us working on so they can see that we're serious about it and moving on a broad basis. Included the citizen insurance reports, the detailed reports, which we did discuss it, and they also do not ever release that detailed information to anyone, but they will be pursuing that. They just simply asked us to confirm people are ready and willing to receive phone calls, from them, because some people get intimidated. But Christina was able to follow up with all but 3 folks, and they're more than glad. Our citizens are more than glad to talk with the insurance commissioner's office, and she'll stay on it until those last 3 get contacted. And they'll be following up on those individual complaints, but also some of those broader issues that we were raising. Some of the other information we provided them to demonstrate where's the nexus between these bad changes in risk, increased risk or increased fire loss, and these increased rates. So we provided them information such as copies of, and this is part of our work plan, all of the ISO reports for every district, fire district within Tuolumne County, and I gave them the before and the after from the 2011 fire study to present, showing that those districts have either been no change or and most of them have improved since the fire study. So that represents risk. Well, if risk has gone up, why have their ratings improved in each of those districts? And then how could you increase rates of people within those districts? For those that were saying, well, the rim fire, that was a lot of what our folks are saying, that the insurance companies are saying, well, the rim fire, and so we can't insure you because of the high losses. So we gave them an ICS 209 report, and that's what the incident command team uses as far as the summation of the disaster. And it talked about how many residential units had been damaged, how many outbuildings had been damaged or destroyed. Those were based on preliminary reports, and it showed very little of being damaged, especially for a 257,000 acre fire. And then we also showed them, if you recall, our team, our chief building official, and I believe Rob Costley, our environmental health director, and our fire prevention officer, Stephen Gregory, went out to double check on those reports and found out that actually the damage was much less than the official records would even indicate, which were already low. So all we're trying to do is to show them the loss was minimal. Even if you use the ICS 209 report that the commanders were using, it was low, but here's based on the actual, after things calmed down and they could go in and take time, showed that the loss was relatively minor. So why are you guys saying the rim fire is the reason for these rates? We also had something that Josh was able to get through the state fire marshal's office. It's a wildland fire report showing damage coming off of state responsibility area lands. We didn't have access at the time to the Forest Service related ones, but showed between 2010 and 14 showing minimal damage from fires coming off of the state responsibility areas affecting private properties and structures. And then Josh was just trying to make another point about how incomplete some of the documents were. They give for mapping, for areas and the potential risk related to high fuel areas. It doesn't take into consideration a lot of the projects that have been undertaken by folks like the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council or SWIFT or others like that, not to mention the things that the Forest Service or CAL FIRE had undertaken, such as shaded fuel breaks, which those don't show well from satellite, pictures, because they're shaded fuel breaks, so you can't really see those things. And so we brought copies of that to show them. And we were actually able to talk to, if you recall, one of the points made in our presentation was that a lot of our insurance companies were talking about this fire line system. What the heck is that? And that's really a system. It actually was based, I found out, it was based on a military planning model. But again, it's an incomplete model. And really dug into that, particularly Josh and that person in charge of the state fire strategic plan, dug into that quite a bit with a couple of the folks that are responsible for that product. And it's a proprietary product, and they emphasize no one has to use it, and they can use it whatever way they want, but we were trying to put a chink in the armor, and put a little shadow of doubt, as it should be, with the state insurance commissioner's office. Maybe you guys need to look into that product, because it's really not ground truth, and don't feel it's an accurate, fair way to assess properties. So that was good, that I think we were effective in making a little dent, talking about some of the shortcomings of that. But one of the things that was scary is that the folks from the insurance commissioner's office said that appears to be where the industry is moving, is relying more and more on these satellite-based products. So what that means is this is that Fireline project product, and there's others like it. There's a couple other major ones. Those really need to be interrogated and looked into in detail. If that's indeed where the industry is going to go, then we need to make sure that those products are accurate and take into consideration all the things that they should when reaching or helping to inform people's fire insurance rates. So we were there, I would say, for probably an hour and a half with those folks, and you can tell when you're just getting the polite, listening to you kind of, but they were digging in, asking questions, people asking for copies of this thing to be made, and again, we followed up with the phone calls with the people that did take the time for those reports. They're going to be calling those folks. We're not going to be entitled to know, what happened to those individuals. I think the individuals will tell us, but the insurance commissioner's office can't tell us what they were able to do. But they also made it clear that if people companies were assessing rates that were outside of their approved rate guidelines, because that's what the insurance commissioner's office does, is set the rate guidelines. And if they're assessing rates that are outside of that guidelines, they can and they will affect a change, in those rates. But there could be things related to underwriting that they don't have control over, and that may lead to discussion about regulatory change. So anyway, I think it was time well spent. We'll follow up with them as we get going further on into this process. And I still encourage people, go onto our county website. If you've been impacted by these kinds of rates, please fill out that information, get it to our office. We'll in turn get it up to the insurance commissioner's office, or you can go directly to the state insurance commissioner's office and report directly. We won't be able to track it that way, but by all means, just let them know. And I think they got the message, and I think they're going to be looking out for us. And again, we'll pursue and try to get back and give you some kind of reports as things move forward with that. I felt bad today. There was someone who had wanted to speak to your board this morning. I think there's a miscommunication between he and I. There's an individual, I mentioned his name, Tom Pratt, who came. He's actually an insurance broker from outside of this county. He works remotely from his home in a neighboring county, but works with a company based in Sacramento. And what he expressed to me, he's also a president of a local school board in the county next door. And he just had what he expressed to me was a heart of wanting to address this issue. He thinks he's identified some other insurers who would write policies in Tuolumne County, and he was willing to share that with some of our brokers, here in Tuolumne County. And we had a good discussion. Got to be careful. You can't come up and market your business, from the podium. But he seemed earnest, and I'll make sure and trying to connect him with some of our local brokers. and he seemed to actually know the state insurance commissioner as well, and said he'd be seeing him in a couple weeks and would be talking to him about what's happening here as well. So we're gaining attention, and hopefully, this will lead up to, folks again like CSAC, RCRC, and other folks will jump on that bandwagon. So that was an important part of our plan. There's still more things that we're doing with education, but I think we got the big dog, working on the problem. I was also just going to mention that Maureen Frank and Del Arnold and I did travel to Calaveras County last week, I think it was. They had a special evening meeting. We gave them an update on our juvenile facility, which they're a partner in, because they'll be sending some of their kids here. And this is a whole new board. The board that's there and the CAO were not present when we did the MOUs, and we're part of that partnership. And they seemed enthusiastic about the project and looking forward to bringing their kids here for all the reasons that we're moving forward with the project. And also have asked to get before the Amador County Board as well. The same thing, refresh memories on the project, and encourage them to stay with us and come use it. And we're also extending invites to the extent that they could come. I'm sure you'd like to have them come and be part of the groundbreaking on June 2nd, because they are regional partners in this. That's it.
All right.
Just real quick, I wasn't there, but I did want to report that the Annie Oakley Academy on Sunday went off fabulously and raised, right now, we're pretty sure, over $8,000 for the DSA's nonprofit for the dogs for the Sheriff's Department.
Good job. With nothing else, meeting adjourned.